Good morning, everybody. Welcome. Hearing stream number 4, Centre Zone provisions of the TDP. This morning we've had a bit of a shuffle around. Oh, before I do, please make sure all your phones are on silent. We've had a little bit of a shuffle around with the topics, so we will start this morning with the Metro Centre Zone that we didn't hear today, and then followed by the Neighbourhood Centre Zone, neutral zone, and general industrial zone. So if the panel are ready with. Okay, so what I'll do is hand over to Mercedes to just talk to the key points, particularly any changes since the 42A changes in recommendations. Hand over to you, Mercedes.
Oh yeah, I haven't done quite the details. I'll just start, I think, by responding to the questions that came up yesterday, if that's helpful. So the one question about the paragraph reference 89, I think the correct reference is 103. So that's just referring back to the capacity assessment. So that's detailed in hearing stream 1 information and in
so
that's in the overview report paragraph. About paragraph 110. So at paragraph 109, yeah, there's a reference to 89, and the correct reference is 103. And I was also asked about whether there were town centre zones in the other Wellington region plans, so I have had a quick check of that. Porirua doesn't have it, so they have the same structure as us. Hutt City hasn't notified their plan yet, so I'm not actually sure about them. I can go that up and check. Yeah. And Upper Hutt does have a town centre zone, but it's a bit strange because it's quite a small area, which really align with the large area that these are supposed to be. So I'm not quite sure what's going on there either. Yeah, and I also made a comment yesterday about how other plans have different restrictions in the different centres hierarchy. So if you'd like me to do some more research on that, I was just going to signal that I could do that. So moving on to my centres and mixed use reports. Obviously, Anna has gone through yesterday the ODP and PDP context, quite a lot of detail. I'll just note that under the ODP, there was originally a suburban centres chapter. Under Plan Change 73, that was separated out into centres and business areas, and within the business zone, there's business area 1 and business area 2. So with the proposed plan that has been carried down, so the centres chapter has pretty much the same provisions being applied to the local centre, the metropolitan centre and the neighbourhood centre, and in the business 1 area has become the mixed use zone, and the business 2 area is the general industrial zone. So because those provisions were quite recent, I think they are largely the same in the proposed plan, obviously with the new standards applied. Just touch on the key issues in the submissions. And the key themes were concerns around the zoning, particularly one that stood out was the Kandala residents would like that to be a neighbourhood centre zone. And then obviously Kaingora would like the town centre zone added to our hierarchy. A lot of concerns about building heights, both requests for decreases and increases. Kaingora is seeking a significant increase, especially in the metropolitan and town centre zones. Other submitters want 50 to 55 metre heights in Johnsonville, and Kandala residents, for example, want 12 metres in Kandala Centre. They're also still trying to push through this hearing stream lower heights in the surrounding residential area, so I just note that that's been dealt with in hearing stream 2. And then there were the requests from the supermarkets and the fuel companies to recognise functional and operational needs, which we've talked to in the Section 42A reports. So my key recommendations, haven't recommended a significant deviation from the PDP. That said, since we've had evidence and worked through the rebuttal. We have recommended more changes just to tidy up the wording. Thank you to Anna for doing most of that rebuttal. I was actually off sick with COVID last week, so still recovering. Quite hard to write stuff when you can't see the screen. But yeah, it was a good experience, not. Just to say that any changes made to the central city zone, it's envisioned that those will carry across the suite of centres, just so that we have consistency in the plan. Some variations, particularly in the comms and the mixed use zone, just because they're a little bit different in the paper. So in the different reports, I do go into all the different requests for rezoning. Haven't made a lot of changes to the zone boundaries. The two that I would note would be rezoning the corner shops of Baroda Street from local centre zone to neighbourhood centre zone. Baroda Street, so that's in Kendala, but it's that little, I don't know if you've been there, but basically got a petrol station, not a petrol station, like a mechanics and a deli, and that's basically it. Yeah. Yeah, I see driving license. I guess that's the point to make, is that. Yeah, good idea. So those neighbourhood centre zones, and that zone in particular is only meant, in my view, to apply to those little neighbourhood clusters of shops where you might have a mechanics or a hairdresser and a dairy and a fish and chip shop. It's not meant to be the bigger centres like Kendala. And just for clarity, that's why Kendala is a local centre zone, because it is a place where people go to do their shopping and has a supermarket. So it's a bigger range of shops than just a little cluster. I think there is a clear differentiation there. The other rezoning that I am recommending is in Tower, just an kind of a little bit of a shuffle around of the zonings there, expanding the local centre and the neighbourhood centre, but also rezoning a bit of that land as high density. So we can go through that if you've got questions. As I mentioned, a lot of changes, requests for changes to the heights. Particularly Johnsonville and Kilburnie metropolitan centres, those submitters are seeking 40 and 50 metres in those zones. I have recommended that the zone heights stay as they are in the proposed plan. Just like to note that that's not because I'm opposed to more height, and I agree with the money that we do, that high buildings in those zones are appropriate and clusters of high buildings might also be appropriate. But I think that it's important to keep the heights as they are, because that's your trigger for the city outcomes contribution. Another change I've recommended is to increase the heights in Newtown and Tower. And I admit that that is a bit of, I keep Kaingaora happy, and it's in a different approach to maybe introducing the town centre zone to the plan. But also that is based on Dr. Lee's evidence that those are growth areas, particularly Newtown and Tower. I'm not so sure about Rima. Just with respect to the city outcomes contribution, as Anna had discussed yesterday, we've recommended that the rules be separated out. So there's a height rule and a city outcomes contribution rule. I think that's a good approach from a consenting perspective. That allows the effects of the heights to be assessed, and then the effects of positive and the outcomes associated with the city outcomes contribution to be addressed separately. With my centres, so local centre, neighbourhood centre and metropolitan centre, that 25% trigger, that's another, I think, another justification for why those rules should be separated, because you can still go over height to a certain extent in those centres, and you would only trigger that first rule. And if you're over the 25%, then you bring in the second part of the rule. That's a good approach. Just a note that we went over yesterday, but I don't really see the city outcomes contribution as being unduly onerous. I've been through a lot of pre-application meetings, which we do go through, in an iterative process, 3, 5, 7 meetings, sometimes over a couple of years. And my experience is that developers come into these meetings and they say, we're going to do a Green Star building, we're going to do all these things. So from our perspective, it's okay, well, city outcomes contribution is making you commit to that up front. So maybe a change in approach, but these things are happening anyway, or at least they're being promised anyway. So a good way of capturing that. It's definitely our preference to work with developers to get good designs up front, especially the high quality developers. I find that they, generally want to do the good job and achieve these outcomes anyway. The other main change I've made in my report is about the gross floor areas, and I'm happy to answer questions. The gross floor areas, so I've recommended an increase. Well, actually, I've recommended removing the gross floor area for integrated retail activities in the metropolitan centres, and then keeping the 20,000 metres squared in the local centres, and then reducing it to 10,000 metres squared in the neighbourhood centres. So obviously the buildings still need resource consent regardless, and that only relates to the activity. Not a lot of changes since my 42A report. As I said, I was a bit sick last week, so I didn't really make many. And just reiterating that any changes that Anna has made come down through my centres. The only changes I would note is that I agree with Mr. Leary, who will be obviously next week or so, about increasing the height in the commercial zone to 12 metres. So that is an issue. And I'm also open to increasing the restricted discretionary height in the mixed use zone Rongotai South to 20 metres. So that's all I had prepared. Quick questions.
We'll take this logically and work from the metropolitan centre zone reports. And, so into the panel to see if there's any questions on that report and the subsequent reply.
Yes, Jim. With your paragraph 27, you are providing a response to Willis Bond's request to consider the relationship between the MRZ and the other zones, and I note that they have actually brought that up with every centre that they have actually submitted on. I'm not quite sure how your response in 27 answers their question. Can you elaborate on that for me?
So their concern is that there'll be lower heights in the centres with higher heights around, and so it doesn't really work from a there should be like a hierarchy between the centres should enable more development and the residential areas should enable less. So there are some zones where that happens, but the metropolitan zone, the heights are definitely higher and the residential beside it is lower. So that's in there. Does that make sense?
Yes, as far as I understand Willis Bond, it's the relationship between those. So I understand that if the metropolitan is there and the residential is there, there is quite a big gap or a big difference. Whereas when you go down in the other zones, that comes further down and that difference is actually less. So the relationship and that transition between the lower and the higher, how is that undertaken? How is that accounted for?
Okay, so that's not my understanding. My understanding was that they were concerned that there was less height in the centres than outside them. But in that respect, I don't think that that's necessarily an inappropriate transition between metropolitan and the adjoining residential, which is higher density, so it will be 21, or it's been recommended 22 metres, similar to the central city where there's the high buildings and then the lower buildings.
That, and I only got one more.
Picking up on that, Ms. Hayes, so you're comfortable with situations where that surrounding residential zone may be higher height limits than the commercial zone, if I can summarise it as that in there? Because I think they do point out on occasions there's places where there's neighbouring residential is higher than the commercial zone heights.
Pretty sure the only situation is the commercial zone, so that's that Curtis Street site.
Right.
And that's because the MDRS would allow 11 and we were saying 8 in the proposed plan. So I've also changed that recommendation to 12.
Mhm.
I think there's a difference in topography there anyway, and obviously there's quite a separation distance to the residential sites. So yeah, I am comfortable, but also I've recommended that change.
Thank you.
Yeah, my other one has been already answered in yesterday's. Thank you.
Just had a couple of clarifications. Paragraph 50, history of education are supporting objective 2, seek additional infrastructure. But their suggestion there is for the local centre zone. Is that because they've requested that across all zones? And you've just addressed it there?
Yeah,
or-
that's an error. Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's okay. It's just clarification. The other one is paragraph 58. Say that objective 3 is not verbatim with policy 1 DRS. And is it supposed to be?
I don't think it is because the MDRS applies to residential sites, and this is obviously a centre, so there can be some variation.
There's some variation.
We just have a talk about Johnsonville. Operative plan 18-metre height limit. Proposed plan 35. Stride and then Investor want to go to 50. Your recommendation is to keep it 35. How did you land on 35 in the first place? Because it is, it's basically double the height limit in the ODP. What's the rationale for 35 as opposed to 30 or 40 or 45? How did you land on that specific figure?
So if it's okay if I help answer this question, just having been here for 4 years and kind of a bit more of a history to decision making, but I also know that Mr. McCutcheon was the topic lead for centres at the time. But having caught up with Mr. Wharton today, looking back at the history, the draft spatial plan recommended 8 stories for Johnsonville and for Kilbirnie in terms of those metropolitan centres. So that, I believe, roughly took it to about 27 metres. My understanding was, and I'm guessing it was back at the draft plan stage, that Stride asked for or negotiated a higher maximum height limit of 35 metres. At the time, council staff gave effect to that, noting a few things, that Johnsonville is a transport hub. It's a key centre, it provides plenty of services, and it's a priority infrastructure upgrade area in terms of what has been signalled in the spatial plan, for example. So at the time, I believe there's comfort with moving to 35 metres for Johnsonville. In terms of why Kilbirnie's at 27, it might be based on spatial plan, it might be based on hazards. I can't speak to that. But I will just note with city outcome, I think the intent has always been that 35 was an increase, which council agreed to, and I believe through requests from Stride and conversations before the proposed plan. And it's important to note that 15 metres can be achieved through city outcome contribution. That is always the thought process there in terms of Johnsonville. Council is comfortable with 35, but in the way that the rule framework is set up, is further height could be enabled in terms of the rule framework generally, but also in terms of the city outcome contribution to 50 metres. And that was council's position in terms of that change. Rather than granting 50 outright, it's something that can be worked through the consent process and can be achieved through city outcome contribution. But given already additional height was given, should it go to 15 metres, for example, council was of the position that it is appropriate that something is given back in terms of benefit from going to that additional height in the Johnsonville Centre. That's just a summary from my understanding for context.
And just to follow up from that, You mentioned in the 42A report that there's been 3 different consents for the redevelopment of the Johnsonville Mall over the years. None of them exercised. It's presumably lapsed. I'm not overly familiar with what was proposed, but what sort of scale have the consents previously been provided for, and what processes that we've gone
That's a
through
good question.
in terms of, particularly in terms of the relationship to the areas around the site. You know, I know we've got Stride next week or Monday, I think, and they can talk to their own development intentions and so forth. But was there any recognition in hitting the 35 sweet spot that you're proposing now, taking into account what has been considered at consent stage before?
Not aware of that. I can check. I know that they were comprehensive mall developments, but I'm of the understanding they were 2-3 stories. They weren't high. I think the difference being that now they want to incorporate residential into whatever they build there, so more of a mixed use than just a mall. I'm not sure if they were publicly notified or not. I think potentially one of them was, but I can check that. Do you need me to get that information before Monday?
To be honest, it's just more from my own background than anything. Being highly controversial, if you like, vitality, vibrancy, etc. of Johnsonville has been, to my knowledge, you know, of concern to a number of people for quite a while, and in the hope that there is going to be something fairly comprehensive to actually improve. It's there at the moment, so it's more for context.
If we can just hand over to Dr. Zamani, I think has a bit more context.
I've been involved in the latest consent process for the mall redevelopment. From my recollection, it was including the shopping mall, public spaces like a plaza for the town centre, and 8 to 12 new towers, and that included integrated office building into the shopping mall. So the first 2 or 3 floors will be retail and offices, and then office towers on the top, plus number of residential buildings, including affordable housing, and we debated what does affordable mean in that context. But one of the key things that became the matter of debate through that process was the height. In order for them to make the entire complex feasible, they really needed that extra height. Of course, they could have met some of the city outcome contribution as part of that process, and that was during the draft district plan, so they were kind of familiar with the city outcome contribution. However, they were not sure they can meet the required points considering how big the project was. So they were asking for higher height limits in order to give them the surety that on the number of towers that they had, they can meet those. And that's the reason that within my evidence, I disagreed with reporting officers and suggested 50 meters height limit would be probably more kind of feasible in that location, specifically for the Stride site, and also considering that metropolitan sites in Auckland are 72.5. So I had a bit of a kind of a national comparison that what does a metropolitan centre will do. But I understand that, you know, from a planning point of view, there is that relationship between the metropolitan centre and the surrounding sites and the amenities and the resilience issues that the planners need to consider.
That obviously was Stride site, west of Johnsonville Road. What about, do you know what the, and again, we're hearing from Investor next week, but in terms of the separation in between the mall site and eastern side properties, which snuggle up against the motorway, was there seen to be any differentiation between the two based on any spatial reasoning, or it's all just going to be 35 and you make your case on above 35 at consent stage for the eastern side properties?
As far as I know, the second one of those, but obviously that's something I wasn't involved in.
Yeah.
What I would say is that those if Johnsonville was to have different heights, I do agree with Investor and Store that it should be those, Restore and Stripe, that it should be those kind of central bits. So the mall site and the countdown site would be probably lend themselves to more height because they're essentially within the metropolitan centre with heights on the exterior of it.
I understand what you're saying about height, and we will be hearing from the submitters on that next week. In terms of the spatial extent of the Johnsonville Metropolitan Centre, obviously we've got Kaingaora, which is consistent with other submissions, basically make it bigger and then make the residential property higher around the outside of it. Seems to be a general theme which has been coming through. So in terms of the spatial planning process, and Stephen's view around at the time, you might be able to. Was there any consideration of actually broadening the commercial use zones? Because to me, Johnsonville was, you've got the arterial roads, which are strong definition. You've got Moorfield Road, you've got Johnsonville Road, you've got Broderick Road, and so forth. So areas outside of that, an expansion of that, was that ever considered in terms of the metropolitan centre hierarchy and the whole thing, like the second most important hierarchy after the city centre?
Just have to.
And was there any economic analysis of whether it was actually needed, or whether the land supply that there was from metropolitan centre and Johnsonville was actually sufficient going into the longer term time period?
Yeah, no, good question. I want to just caveat this with, I think we would need to dive back into the issues and options paper, and also Mr. McCutcheon's notes, because in terms of extent of zones, squarely had my head in central area. But I would say a few things. Firstly, we'd also have to check the Sense Partners report in terms of any economics around extensions. That's probably a good place I'd check first and foremost. I noted yesterday, just kind of having a look at the key issues for centres. One was, and whether this recommended extension, I'm not sure, but one was, looking at the spatial extent. It's first and foremost, beginning this district plan review for centres, that was consideration of whether things would expand. I would imagine, and I'd like to check this for Ms. Hayes' right of reply, but I would imagine that it was looked at what is the current operative, would have been sub-regional centre at the time, in terms of for Johnsonville and Kilbirnie, and certainly would have looked at opportunities for zone expansion, because I know from my approach to central area that was looked at as well. So it possibly was looked at, and might have just been that the operative plan was rolled over, but I just have to check that, and we can get back to you on that fact, just so I'm not, I don't want to make anything up.
Yeah, no, I'm just really just trying to reconcile the submissions which saying make Johnsonville bigger spatially, with the very much retaining the spatial extent of the current zoning, which is in the notified plan and your preferred option. I'm trying to work out in my own mind the rationale that there may be to actually increase spatially, considering the overall.
So I touched on some of this yesterday as well,
Yeah.
but I think we do have the business and housing capacity modelling, which says that there is sufficient capacity, business capacity and commercial capacity in Wellington within our existing centres footprints areas. So I don't think expansion was considered necessary on the basis that if these centres are developed, then we will have sufficient room at the moment. And as I said yesterday, my preference is that development and intensification is concentrated in what we have now. And when these reach capacity, then that's our opportunity to look at further expanding them through plan changes. But there's certainly sufficient capacity at the moment, especially since a lot of our centres are underdeveloped, and Johnsonville is a good example of that. It's been sitting quite underused for quite a long time, like you say. Again, I'm not too sure what consideration was gone into extending the centres, but that's Plan Change 73 work might have it also addressed that.
And again, in relation to Johnsonville, and may not be of great import at the end of the day, but was there any consideration of form and function of Porirua in terms of metropolitan centre? Because when you leave Wellington City, you've got your Wellington CBD, and the first biggest place up State Highway 1 is Johnsonville, and then you get to the next Porirua city centre, which I think is zoned metropolitan city centre. Not too sure. I could be corrected on that. In terms of looking regionally, and in terms of looking at regional demand and supply for commercial land, particularly commercial land which is highly enabled, was there any consideration of the Porirua context at all? I realise we've got Tawa in between, which is a slightly different case.
Certainly, in terms of, because I remember having these conversations at the time of commissioning the Sense Partners Market and Retail Assessment, and it does go into that, and certainly thinking, you know, from a first sense of that strong focus on the Golden Mile and central area, and ensuring that development around, I guess, both the region but also within the district doesn't take away from that or undermine, because there's been such a strong focus on the primacy of the central area. But then looking at it in terms of also just giving life to our metropolitan centres, certainly Porirua was looked at, and more generally the trends in terms of, I guess, market and retail, and where we're seeing probably more of a change towards Lower Hutt, for example, or Porirua in terms of retail side of things. I think that fed into needing to ensure that there was sufficient capacity and activities enabled within our metropolitan centres to ensure that they do give effect to, I guess, both the hierarchy, but also recognising they are sub-regional centres within the wider region, and they do have their function and purpose. But that's certainly something we can pull from the report and produce and write a reply further. But certainly those conversations were had with Dr. Lees as well in terms of what was happening around the region, and how do we, I guess, ensure I don't want to use the word, well, I use vitality, but the primacy of these sites as well, or these centres, and ensuring that kind of things aren't lost necessarily around the region, or opportunities because of the planning framework that was set for the metropolitan centres. So we're trying to be as enabling in that regard to give effect to them, recognising that they have a very important function in place within the Wellington district, and also supporting the central area as well.
Part of the reason for the question was the concern that there's been, or expressed primarily by Whangaora, that you've got to look at a regional market as opposed to, in particular, looking at the city centre, and wanting to have regional consistency in terms of both the allocation of and the functions that are expected. And that flows through to the height and the spatial extent as well. So that was the reason for that particular question.
I would just add as well, and I haven't been in these processes, no colleagues have, but certainly I would say that the region, there's a lot of process that goes into regional planning. So Wellington regional planning, I don't know if it's a strategy, I'd have to get the right documents, but certainly in terms of it, there's been a lot of conversations across councils in terms of working together, and not just generally on things like the HBA, but more generally in terms of planning functions across the regions, and I guess taking a front foot on the spatial planning side of things as well. Yeah, no, we can definitely speak to that and ask that question.
When we go to Kilburnie, Kilburnie as it now sits, obviously it's has a bigger range of retail offering, but has no shopping mall. There's a couple of supermarkets and so forth. And in terms of context, it's quite different to Johnson. It's all flat land. It's all readily serviced. It's it has some reasonable arterial networks and so forth here. But you're landed on 27 metres as being the proposed plan, and obviously we've got submissions which want it up, and submissions which want it down as well. So again, the same question that I put in terms of the rationale for 35 in Johnsonville. Where did you land on 27? Why did you land on 27 in Kilburnie?
So the key difference there is the hazard profile for Kilbirnie.
Yeah.
And probably the construction costs and all of those kind of exterior things as well. Again, not 100% sure. But I think partly it was considered a significant increase from the existing 12 metres.
Yeah, so we're dealing with hazards next hearing and so forth. But in terms of intuitively, the difference between 27 metres and 35 to align with what Johnsonville has is 2-3 stories in that sort of framework. So in terms of the sort of the resilience of the metropolitan centre going forward, it's the difference in between 27 and 35, or should we be directing these sorts of questions to the natural hazards?
No, I think
Hearing
Anna
stream.
might have an answer rearing to go.
I mean, the journey with Kilbirnie is certainly being dictated by natural hazards, and I think also, and I believe Mr. Searle is the best one to speak to us in terms of hazards in Stream 5. I'm sure he will have a response, but I do note that I believe the data for natural hazards has come a long way, even in the short period of time, in terms of what was available for Kilbirnie from the draft spatial plan, where we are now. But certainly at the draft spatial plan, my understanding was there was a starting mark of 8-storey recommendation for Kilbirnie and for Johnsonville, and then, as I mentioned before, I guess conversations with Stride have evolved Johnsonville's height to 35 metres, and then looking at the differences possibly in terms of things like servicing, infrastructure, the transport hub nature of Johnsonville compared to Kilbirnie, so to speak, has kind of created a bit of a difference between the two. But I think hazards has dictated that for a long time, and certainly I know that Mr. Wharton has traversed this in hearing stream 1 in terms of his evidence and supplementary. I believe there was a request for changes to Kilbirnie in certain areas around heights and walking catchments, but I would direct the panel to his recommendations in stream 1 just in terms of the outcome of that, because I don't want to get that wrong. So I'd say the height is the main reason. I appreciate what you're saying. It's about 3-storey difference, but at the time on the spatial plan work, and considering the hazards and also the services available within Kilbirnie compared to Johnsonville, it felt appropriate to have the height at that limit. And then just because there are slight nuances between Kilbirnie and Johnsonville in terms of service provision, amenities, transport, infrastructure, and hazard being the big one for Kilbirnie, is why there is that slight difference there. But definitely I think this has been traversed in stream 1. I think that would be the best place in terms of where the recommendations lie.
Okay.
Just one other difference is around the Johnsonville Centre, we're proposing high density residential, whereas I'm pretty certain that around Kilbirnie we're still proposing the lower medium density. So that is
That
difference in
was
terms
going to
of
be my
transition height.
next question.
Yeah.
And knowing that it was probably traversed in stream 2, which I wasn't part of, but I'm sure it was, that within Johnsonville you have a band around the outside, MPSU policy 3B, I think, and and if you're going to be having a metropolitan centre such as presume you want to treat apples with apples in terms of the surrounding density to support the functions of a metropolitan centre.
So I'd definitely say the height limits for the residential is related to the hazards and the fact that it potentially is less of a good idea to put people living in those environments as opposed to commercial, and also the train station in Johnsonville is a key difference.
Okay, thank you. That's me for now, I think.
Just to pick up on that, was there any consideration, do you know, of actually having a mixed height limits for Kilbirnie, just staying with Kilbirnie at the moment? Because it's a blanket 27 at the moment across.
There are a few pockets of lower heights, 15 metres, and they're on the edge next to the library to the north and south of the bus barn.
But in the main blocks of the centre, I would have thought there could be an opportunity for the inner parts to have a higher height limit to match or correlate with Johnsonville.
Yeah, I'm not aware of that. Anna, do you have anything? We can check with Adam when he returns to the country.
I'm sure there'll be information that we can pull from context from that. It was probably a consistent approach, and again, I know the hazards is thrown around, but certainly with Kilburnie, it's been more of a careful approach because of the hazards overlay, and I think that information has evolved. It could be that we ask Mr. Searle to speak to that more in terms of more information that has come to light in terms of modelling in more recent times. But I think in terms of why that wasn't explored, it's probably more a blanket approach in terms of stories indicated through the spatial plan, and then but it's certainly, I mean, it's something that can be explored, and I think now that we have more information on the hazard side of things, it possibly could be entertained through, but that can be addressed through right of reply. Yep.
Yeah, and just in terms of Kilburnie, I think the option is before the panel to have some high density residential around parts of it that aren't subject to liquefaction. So that's part of the broader consideration, I think.
And again, I just note with both Kilburnie and Johnsonville, the heights are, again, I'm not saying that 27 is the absolute limit and then higher is worse. I'm just saying that that's the city outcomes contribution trigger that we think should be retained.
You get a chance to look at the Johnsonville Community Association's statement that they presented a few days ago.
I think I briefly read it, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite a long one, so I don't really expect you to have traversed it in any depth. We'll no doubt hear from them next week. Yep. So I was just saying if there's any points in there you particularly want.
It's probably better if I hold off on it, yeah.
Yeah, just picking up on Commissioner Daish's comments, you know, the comparison between Pororua and I think Lower Hutt City Centre with Johnsonville and Kilburnie, it seems to be that the reasoning for Kilburnie and Johnsonville is almost aspirational in terms of metropolitan centres, and I mean on a comparative basis rather than a literal basis. That there seems to be this the intention, and I'm talking high level here, is really to enable, trigger, and incentivise those two places to be redeveloped quite significantly. Whereas with Pororua, for instance, there's probably scope there, but it's largely developed. Would that be a fair comment?
I think that's possibly part of it, and I also think it just relates back to the operative plan and the fact that those were sub-regional centres, and even going back then, that aspiration might be behind that zoning, but I'm be aware of what was actually thought process went into that.
Some of the high level stuff.
And you talked before about, you know, centres haven't been expanded. In some instances, Dr. Zamani has a difference of opinion there. So I just wondered what sorts of things informed your view to retain centres as they are. I know you've said that development capacity is a main one. Is that the only thing that?
Yeah, so development capacity and under development and just the scope. Also the submissions, so for every submission asking for expansions, there are also submissions asking smaller or the same, and I just think that where we've landed is actually the right balance.
So in the particular areas where Dr. Zamani hasn't agreed with you, because it's not in all areas that he can agree, but have you sort of turned your mind a little bit further to those areas to see, you know, maybe there is merit in some expansion there?
So I wouldn't say we disagree. I think we kind of just look at it from a slightly different approach. Sure. So I think what Dr. Zamani is quite vocal about is that he would see mixed use everywhere. For me, from a planning perspective, it's more about having the hierarchy and the difference between the centres and the residential, because we're still providing for residential land, and also on the periphery of the centres, that's where we will see that mixed use, and it might be that, because obviously through the residential chapters there are rules and provisions for having non-residential activities in those areas. So around the exterior of the centres is where they're more likely to be approved consent rather than kind of in the more purely residential areas, and I think that's a good approach. So Yeah, I don't think we disagree. I just don't think that, the centres necessarily need to expand to achieve that outcome.
And is your increase in height in some of these areas, should we say, a little bit going some way to meet that?
To meet the mixed use,
To meet the the difference of opinion about whether they should be expanding outwards or up.
I would think that if they go up, the higher floors would probably be more likely to be residential than commercial. So that's more about kind of trying to keep a balance between the the different heights in the residential, and so to a little bit extent looking at what KO has asked for.
Just back to the gross floor area. For the metropolitan centre zone, you've now recommended that there be no limit. And I just want to go back to what you said earlier, and that was because the building still needs a consent, and you're relying on the trigger of height there to kick in the city of outcomes to provide those positive benefits.
Mm-hmm.
So, and you're happy with the retention of the gross floor areas for the other centres, and they don't kick in. The city of outcomes doesn't kick into the other centres, does it? It's only
so it does over 25% of the maximum height.
Sorry, for all centres. Yeah. So it's the 25% that triggers that.
Mm-hmm.
And that's, so rule 20 is the one that's split out with the two restricted discretionary.
Yeah, it's 20 in metropolitan and 18 in local. So it's the construction of buildings.
Yeah. Okay.
And to follow on from that, one reason I understood for there being no limit to integrated retail space in Johnsonville, for instance, is that previous consents have demonstrated that large retail developments can occur there without affecting the central city. Is that correct? So that issue wouldn't be a live one.
They have done kind of what they're called reports to prove that. Yeah, that's sure. So we're moving away from the requirement to prove that the central city will still be viable. In my opinion, a mall like a Johnsonville mall would have a different kind of focus than the central city. Like you'd get more larger footprint, big box retail, say your Briscoes and things that you don't get in the central city. So I think there's place for both of them in the Wellington hierarchy. In terms of the gross floor area, I don't see, once you get to 30,000 square metres, you're going a little bit higher or even higher. First of all, you're going over multiple levels. The only sites that would accommodate 30,000 metres squared on one level would be the Johnsonville Mall site and the site across the road. You wouldn't get that in Kilburnie.
And that wouldn't apply to the other centres either, even though you're recommending keeping that as some sort of.
Yeah, so generally you would have to go up to, so you'd have commercial on multiple levels or integrated retail that only applies to. So in terms of the effects from a consenting point of view, I think once you get to 30,000 metres squared, a little bit larger, you're going to have the same effects. So and mainly they would be addressed through, for example, the transport chapter. And when you, like I said, with the building, if you're going to have a building of that size, you're going to be assessing that anyway through the building rules.
Right, so the whole issue around vibrancy of centres is more around vibrancy of the centres rather than the vibrancy of other centres that might be affected by.
So there's that's stressed in a couple of policies. So we have taken out the bit about assessing against the city centre zone for that reason I just explained. We do want to see vibrancy within centres, and part of that is not having ground floor residential, for example, but we also do want to maintain, we don't want one centre taking away from another centre.
just while we're on square metre areas, can you in Wellington City give me an example of a building which is 10,000 square metres and one which is 20,000 metres and one which is 30,000 metres? So I've got some idea of scale and context.
So
Presumably 30,000 is a big box of some kind.
did a wee bit of a Google search. What I can say is that whole building, I mean, that whole block that contains Countdown and the rest of Kilburn, that's 18,000 metres square.
So that includes both sides of Bay Road.
Mm-hmm. No. So that includes Bay Road over to Onuku Road and to the two ends.
Right, so that's
So
only
half of the
18,000.
Johnson Mill Mall site is 30,000 metres square.
Okay. That's 30,000 is a big building.
Mm-hmm. If it's one big flat building.
Yeah.
And that's another reason why, for example, Kilburn, all of those sites are in separate ownership. So actually seeing that site as one big mall is pretty unlikely.
And 20,000?
So that's the Kilburn site.
So that area is 20,000 and 10,000.
It's 18,000.
10,000 is a
Yeah.
big pack and save in Kilburn, be at 10,000, would it?
I don't think it would be as big as 10,000.
Right. Trying to get some idea of scale when you use arbitrary development standards, but when you're using development standards, it's actually quite helpful to have some idea of actually what that means on the ground.
So I think the bigger ones in Wellington would be like the warehouse Kilburn. Check. I'm sure that was less than 10,000 though.
You commented before that, you know, above 30,000, the effects are much different in traffic. You brought up traffic, and one of the submitters, now they were concerned that, you know, the assessment of traffic is contained within one of the rules or something. I can't quite now, but and they thought that really the transport chapter should be relied on that. I just wondered why there is that component, and why doesn't the transport chapter do that work for it?
So just to clarify, the transport chapter deals with where you've got a certain number of cars coming and going. So that's dealt with in that, and that would be the effects of having, say, a big supermarket and the traffic effects of that. What we've got in the builder building rules is the effects on the transport network of construction. So that's because we have a lot of resource consents, and particularly because they're a discretionary restricted activity, where there will obviously be construction effects, and it's good to apply a construction traffic plan. We haven't had that hook in the existing plan, and we can apply the condition, but because it's strictly discretionary, people can obviously object to that or refuse to do it. So that's a good way to bring that in, obviously acknowledging that we're expecting a lot of construction over the next, we're hoping for a lot of construction in the next few years, and we already know of a lot of it. And just kind of working with other parts of council that's been requested. So I think it sits best under the construction rule, because you may have no traffic chapter, but you've still got that construction effect.
So yeah, no, you wouldn't trigger anything in the transport chapter, but that
yeah,
would be
that's right.
Just one clarification. In your paragraph 75, when we are talking about the assessment of the vibrancy of other centres, it's a little bit further than halfway down. You are saying, this in turn is likely to lead to uncertainty and potential additional costs for developers at the resource consent stage, noting further that any such supporting analysis would unlikely add little benefit to the consenting process given the purpose of the MCZ. Should that be likely add or any benefit? There is something not quite right. It doesn't quite tell me what you really mean.
Check the purpose. I think it is meant to say unlikely. So the point being that we want these centres to expand, and the planning framework is expecting a lot of increased commercial and residential intensification in these centres. So I don't know that having an economic assessment would actually add to.
Okay, so
Give
it's
information
more
that's
like
useful
any
because it
benefit
might
there,
actually
yeah.
show that there is an effect, but
Okay.
still we're trying to incentivise, encourage this development there anyway.
Great, thanks.
Just the mapping recommendations you've made towards the end of the are they, is there a collective map of where you are recommending changes to the zoning and things? I missed that.
I don't think I have recommended any changes for the metropolitan centre.
Oh, it says, yeah, local, which we'll get onto shortly. Can I just, I'm going to delve into a bit of detail. The alterations rules, because this applies across the board. It starts with, I just, just a little concerned that it says that it's permitted where alterations and additions do not alter the external appearance of the building and structure. And there's been some submissions on there. And I'm just trying to figure out why there can't be some scope for some minor alterations to occur as a permitted activity. That may change the appearance slightly, but not significantly, because otherwise you're putting through a resource consent process to deal with fairly minor changes. I know there's some other provisos around public spaces and things like that, but I'm just sort of, is this sort of catch-all kind of.
So that carries down to is exactly the same as we've got now in the central city for the operative plan. So
yeah,
it's additions and alterations above veranda level, so below veranda level we're not concerned with. And it applies to what the rule is basically saying is that everything does need consent, you're right. It might be that you've got backs of buildings where you can do these works and you don't need resource consent. And it is about retaining design input. I think Dr. Zamani has some comments there.
Mm-hmm.
You might think we should get rid of it by the looks of his face.
Yeah, so I mean, from my experience when we were doing design review, a lot of times these changes would have been just the work that was not needed. I mean, sometimes we could catch really horrible changes to some of the buildings that we wouldn't like to see, but in most cases, unfortunately, our input wasn't needed because the change was so minor, or the change in principle wasn't actually, I never felt comfortable to comment on whether someone painting their building in a different color, but we had to, and yeah, I'm sorry, but yeah, I don't think that's needed.
Yeah,
and I think that
I mean,
should
I
be a
haven't had
permitted
examples where we've had, like Dr. Zamani says, we've had things where we might have to have consent for an event, but we've also had situations where we might be covering windows, and it has been good to assess those. So I think Anna has some comments as well.
I mean, I think you've covered most of it. I mean, maintenance and repair is a permitted activity, but yeah, the origins of this, as Ms. Hayes has captured, I remember this, that we discussed this a lot, and it was around, I guess, ensuring, as Dr. Zamani says, that the things that should have input do, in terms of, you know, additions or alterations that have quite a significant effect on the external facade. But I recognise that it is quite a strong line to take, and perhaps there is an opportunity to see if some wiggle room can be added there in terms of, you know, working with Dr. Zamani in terms of what would need a design assessment versus not, and maybe it is some sort of criteria or threshold that we can come up with, and we can give further thought for the right of reply. But certainly it was quite a strong directive that we do want a high quality design within these centres, and it's intended to capture kind of things that could have quite an adverse effect aesthetically, but certainly I appreciate that it does come across quite strongly, and we could maybe come up with a solution that works for all parties, possibly.
Just probably giving you two examples. One was changing some building window frames and kind of the shadings of the frame of the windows that we had to put input, and the building looked exactly the same, even with the same colors, and to the point that the assessment that I've done is just one sentence. There's no tangible changes in the building facade, so therefore it's fine, and it has the support of the urban design. but we had one case on Lambton Quay that a very significant building. It's not a heritage building, but they decided to change the modernist building of the facade of the building to a very plain building because it was way more financially feasible to just paint it one color and remove that character that it had and is in a lot of photos, and we really kind of opposed that, and now that building looks exactly the way that it used to be, which is part of the character of Lambton Quay and the townscape of Lambton Quay. So two exact towers, kind of same scale, same building type thing. One looked the same and the other one doesn't, and I think that's the rule that caught both of them, but one didn't really. And maybe this is something that we deal with through the process, and the assessment will be very little for the buildings that there's no significant change.
I can understand for like Lambton Keys that sorts of minor things can have a major impact, but I'm just thinking of like Johnsonville and Kilburnie, that you can have a lot of changes to buildings which really wouldn't have much impact on the.
I think I would just add as well that as you will see through these centre zones, there is that replication across the centres in terms of that consistency, and that certainly has been a strong focus through our drafting. I would say that this carve out has come from the central area in terms of origins and been taken across, but from the sounds of things, I don't think we're adverse to giving more thought about what changes could be made to be somewhat more enabling, and noting, it's two sides of the sword in terms of, making it more enabling from a plan enable perspective in terms of NPS, but in terms of also not adding additional inputs and costs and times on our urban design assessment resources as well.
I accept the challenge of trying to deal with things like this at a general rule level. Just seemed to me that there should be scope for something to be done.
I think that is also, just looking at the rule now, that's built in as well, because if you comply with the standards, that's an and, so you still don't need consent.
I was going to say the other aspect of that is that it, as a permitted activity rule, it needs to be clear, and you like adding a word like minor, permitting minor changes would be unenforceable and therefore ultra vires. So it would have to be a clearly defined standard for an actual addition to be less than a certain number of square meters or something like that. That's the only other challenge with introducing changes.
I agree. I accept that, but just do not alter the external. It's just such a.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think it has been put in there on purpose, but again, we're open to looking at it. Might be that we separate additions and alterations.
We'll hear, no doubt, from the submitters on this thing too, and they may have ideas around it. Further ideas. Thank you.
Can I just have a follow-up question on that? So the option which Commissioner Schofield has been sort of exploring is that you have the maintenance and repair, then you have your significant additions and alterations which might affect streetscape, design buildings, or is just going to look really naff. Basically, you want those picked up, and then but there's something in between about what you can do without actually having to pay your $2,145 consent fee plus the other fees which come in, professional fees and so forth. And just thinking out loud, would you think that'd be a separate rule or a carve out within? So
I'll just give an example of the operative plan and the residential area where we have a differentiation between additions and alterations. I think that's possibly an option. So, for example, an alteration might be closing in a deck or changing a window, but an addition might be 3 more stories. So they are quite different. But yeah, I think we could carve out somehow minor. But like Dr. Zamani says, you can have alterations that are quite obvious. Going back to whether we need that in Johnsonville or Kilburnie, they're not necessarily the kind of the environments that agree that Lambton Quay is. So, and we don't have the existing building stock that we're trying to kind of retain the characteristics, so it might be that it's not necessary there. We'll definitely give that some more thought, but I think and come back to that in the right reply.
And from what I hear Mr. Samani say, it's the effect base.
Mhm.
You know, it's not about how big it is, because there is things that are very minor, very little in the bigger picture of things, but they have a significant effect.
And that's where I think that
Based
also
on that.
comes back to the existing buildings, and like I say, we're not super precious about, I'm not aware of any particularly precious buildings in these two metropolitan centres. Moving forward, when we have some big buildings, it might be different because they will have obviously gone through a design process to get to an outcome, and if we're then doing additions and alterations to buildings that we've given consent for a particular design, we might be more concerned about those changes. So probably need to future-proof the rule as well.
Yeah, but that still would be on an effect basis, you know,
Yeah.
if you can
Yeah.
work that somehow into the
Yeah.
into the rule, then
With the effect being design.
Further questions on the CZ? Just so you are accepting, because we'll no doubt hear from them, sorry, you're accepting that there is some need for height control for the halfway house situation there, is that correct?
That's local centre. Yes. So what we've recommended is that we bring in a height relation to boundary control in the centre, so that where the existing rules would have 15 metres up to the boundary, would now be set back like you would, for example, on the periphery of the Moir Street. Yeah, so yes.
Okay. That's just, what you're recommending is a fairly standard herb in those situations. It's not bespoke to that particular situation.
No, that would apply wherever a local centre joins a heritage group.
Questions on? So I've done it myself. I've jumped ahead to the other zones, but there are a lot of very similar issues across the board. So is there anything around the local centre zone you want to speak to at the moment?
Not specifically. Dr. Zamani has just done some Googling and said that the countdown site in Johnsonville is the site or the building
Site and the car park in front of it.
is 11,000 metres squared, and the Johnsonville Mall site itself is 50,000.
Big countdowns.
So the countdown by itself, not the countdown in the mall.
Yeah. Yeah, I know what you mean.
So sorry, yes, the local centres, anything particular to highlight around the issues for local centres?
No, just what I said earlier. I think the main one would be Kandala.
We are recommending some changes, and it's related around tower.
Yes, so Kaingaora has asked for the whole area, basically from the mall right down to Tower South, to be local centre. I did look at that quite closely, and I recognise that on the, I think it's the western side of the road, most of those sites aren't used for residential purposes. They're, a lot of them are churches. On the other side of the road, it is low density residential. So I have recommended that the centre is expanded on to incorporate the churches, and that gives them some more scope to develop those sites without the restrictions of the residential zoning. And then I've recommended that there isn't the neighbourhood centre for the Tower South is retained rather than rezoned as local centre, and that's just because again there's a trend that allows for a transition to the residential.
Are there in terms of rezoning churches, because it's come up a few times in the submissions around different places, is there a general policy or issue around zoning churches in the district plan? Do you know?
Yeah, not that I'm aware of, and I don't think we've gone through on a site-by-site basis and looked at whether churches should be rezoned. A lot of them are just, you know, if you look at Island Bay, for example, they're in with the residential, and it wouldn't make sense to sign them anything else. Some of them are right on the edges of centres, and it makes more sense that they might be incorporated into the centres.
I'm just thinking from a policy viewpoint, how churches captured as a residential activity versus some underlying principle, if you know what I mean.
The thing with churches is they're generally established. So I can't think of a consent where we've had an application for a new church in a residential zone. Apart from one in Kilburnie opposite the swimming pool, and that was an expansion. I think that did go through the non-residential rules.
So in principle, you don't have any concerns around zoning churches as in a commercial?
I think if they're on the periphery of the centres, then it makes sense, yeah.
On the example of the new town centre, you have been thinking about alternatives, and you said there could be an alternative to lowering the heights in the smaller centres, just to get that difference that KO was complaining about. Right, and height limits apply to larger centres could be increased. Are you suggesting that you're doing both, increasing the higher ones and lowering smaller ones?
That's right. Yeah. So I think I can't speak to what happened. I think the initial thought process was that we maximise the centres in line with the expectation of the MPS, and they all were given a 22-metre blanket height. I think further thought can be given to actually things like Candala, when they are smaller, they do have a smaller catchment. Newtown is a growth area, so and Tawa the same. So, you know, having a little bit of a closer lens on them.
But so if you are then saying you are increasing the height in, for example, Newtown, and I think the baseline is the 22 metres, and from there you would actually go up or down depending on where you are, so you can actually get quite a distinctive difference between the centres. Is that?
Yeah, and not so much as a trade-off, like we're not saying take away from Candala and put it in Newtown, because obviously people will shop where they live. It's more about reflecting what that centre is now and how much the community should have to kind of take on in terms of change.
Thank you.
Just while we're on Newtown, Newtown's actually the old town. It's the first, if you like, from the Frankton area, but it does contain quite a lot of heritage resource as well, which is being dealt with in another hearing stream. But one of your recommendations to us is actually increase the height from 12 to 18, I think, in those Newtown heritage area.
Yeah, that was Adam's.
Yeah, so council corporately have recommended that there be an increase. How do you manage an increase in height with the fact that it's a heritage resource from a consenting perspective? And the application of both sets of rules, if you've got an 18-metre height limit, but it's only a single story or two-story maximum at the moment.
Quite sure what you mean, but the new
Well,
heights will apply. So the heritage.
It's a heritage building or a heritage area which has existing building stock. You're recognising that it's a heritage area, but you're putting an 18-metre height limit on it. So in terms of, isn't there a mismatch in between the heritage function of those areas and buildings in 18 metres?
I'm not sure if that's already been addressed, but
It may,
I think
it
it's
may have been
recognising
addressed
that
in hearing
there should
stream 3.
be some, adaptive reuse of those buildings and open to that.
Okay, but including adaptive reuse and putting a big height extension on that
When
building
that's
as well. is a
potentially how
possibility.
people justify paying for the heritage, paying for their heritage strengthening, isn't it?
But there is also a bit of a constraint on those sites in terms of the depth and widths of a lot of those sites as well. So that will surely that will be a constraint in terms of achieving an 18-metre height limit on those heritage areas.
Can't speak to Mr. McCutcheon's thinking, but I would say it's just recognising that there probably is some additional capacity there that could be realised in terms of height. And I think in terms of the 27 metres, if you look at just the zone on a wider basis, if we go to 18 metres in the heritage area, it makes sense to go a bit higher in the surrounding centre, and then we've got the 22 metres in the high density around that. So I think it's good transitions, and then of course we've got the character, so it's quite a complex area.
Looking at the planning map, it's very colourful. There's lots of different numbers all over it, which presumably had been gone through a justification process in terms of obviously, this is part of the reason for the wrap-up hearing, is to look at the integration between the hearing streams. And my previous questions in relation to the heritage areas in Newtown, there's centres, but also residential as well, which uniform outcomes, which is being sought by the plan.
Not to forget the hospital.
I just wondered if you had viewed Onslow Community Residents Association and Julie Ward's speaking notes and things like that.
I did.
I mean, I say not only just a few days ago.
COVID brain, so yeah. I did look at them, but yeah.
I just in terms of, they have quite a lot of concern about it being labelled as a local centre as opposed to a neighbourhood. She's done quite a lot of work in her speaking notes there, and quite a lot of population detail, what sort of services, retail is there. Just talked about public transport, and I looked to your report, and you rely on the sense part identified that Kandala has characteristics, but it doesn't, like the sense partners recommend certain suburbs there to have to be zoned local centre, town centre, but they've been zoned local centre. Where did Kandala sit in the sense partners? What did they recommend there?
I think it was a local centre, clearly a local centre, yeah. I guess I'll just go back to my comment a wee while ago that those neighbourhood centres are really those corner clusters. Kandala is not a corner cluster, it is actually a centre that serves the whole suburb. So in my mind, it is clearly a local centre. And it's also a walking catchment to a train station. So that's another thing that we need to take into account. Assuming the Johnsville line is mass rapid transit.
That wasn't. That alter your opinion?
It wouldn't alter my opinion in terms of it being a local centre, no.
Can I just, we have had a lot of evidence from Kaingaora around the zonings for the various centres. Putting aside the whole town centre zoning thing, in Miramar, they're suggesting quite an expansion of the area there, and including across the other side of the road to Miramar Avenue. And yeah, I was just looking at your response to that. What's your response to widening the area of Miramar Centre? I won't use the town word, in line with the, have you given any thoughts to the specific rezoning requests?
Again, I think that that centre is the existing capacity is underdeveloped and there's scope to use what's there now. And there are also a range of zones around that centre that also provide additional land, like there's the there's Tohina Road, and that's mixed use. So, and then there's clusters of other centres around that. So I don't see that the extension is necessary there.
Right. Thank you. In terms of the quite detailed again recommendations from Mr. Ray around the active and non-residential frontages, you said you're open to extending them as requested.
Yeah, so that came in last week and we haven't had a chance to really look at that, but I agree, you know, where there are active frontages, where there are, you know, frontages to the street, we could extend them, yeah. And,
So will that be covered in a written reply in detail? Because there's lots of little wee bits all over the place, and it was hard for me to just keep it all in mind.
Yeah, I must admit, so I have addressed in my supplementary the changes to the central city and agreement with Dr. Zamani in terms of those extensions. I also put in my appendix 2 the rationale that went into the central city in particular, active frontage and veranda extensions in the PDP, but certainly probably due to timing and just the focus of response, it was on the central city, but certainly the same lens can be applied to the secondary and active frontages within the centres in terms of using the same criteria that I have used to date to look at those with Ms Hayes for writer reply. I think as well, some of the relief has been provided that Mr Ray sought in terms of that change to specify it's just the ground level and also 90% of the frontage rather than the whole frontage to give a bit of flexibility, which is what Mr Ray has agreed with, I think, and Mr Wallace as well, and for 2 submitters there as well. So it's certainly we can look at extensions and the appropriateness of that for centres in particular.
Yeah, I think it would be handy to have a summary statement about where you agree with those changes and where you don't, and why not, type of thing. Collectively, it's just so we can get a handle on the whole thing.
We can do that.
Okay, thank you. Ms Hayes, I noticed this is one thing we'll have to grapple with about the requested rezoning, particularly by Kaingora, is that you quite fairly and reasonably highlight that landowners haven't been involved in any of those things, which is one thing we have already struggled with just generally. Where and why would it be reasonable to agree to a rezoning where landowners haven't clearly been aware of that?
So firstly, they've had the opportunity to be involved, but I think, you know, people who, for example, those people on that street in Tower, you know, unless you're really aware of the district plan process, you probably wouldn't realise that someone's come in and said you should rezone your property commercial when it's residential. I think people would actually be quite shocked and haven't, you know, gone through the further submission process. A lot of people don't know how to do that. So where and when would that be appropriate? I think it comes down to where you've already got a commercial use or a non-residential use. I think that's probably more palatable than, you know, someone coming in and saying, oh, we're going to rezone your house as residential. It's local centre, yeah.
So where it's a commercial type of property.
And that's why I've split out that.
Rather than as an existing residential property. For instance,
Yep.
You say on that topic, you say you're open to more discussion on it. And that's when you lead into this question about landowner knowledge. How open are you to that discussion in terms of, I mean, you made that general statement that generally, there's enough capacity in the existing zoned areas without having to expand it. But there are pockets where that you might think it could be appropriate to expand. Any of the local centres in particular?
I think it would be better to think about that. Yeah, I mean, I'm just aware that Kaingaroa is looking for quite a lot of expansion, and I think, you know, detailed kind of time and getting into those pockets would be useful rather than just a general yes, it's fine. So taking into account the landowners. I mean, if I was a landowner, I think I'd want to be notified, you know, or advised a bit more than just a general submissions process. So yeah.
Okay, well, maybe the same sort of approach as to the active frontages, etc., where you just kind of list them, and you could probably summarise some of them. You don't have to be by property, but you know, like say you don't agree with anything in the Miramar area, you know, you could summarise that way rather than necessarily going bit by bit, just to keep the job simple. So any other questions on local centre provisions?
Just one, and get a discussion with Commissioner Schofield about Miramar. Just looking at what zoned local centre and what zoned mixed use. Avenue. Presume is this in Miramar, is it just a case of rolling over the existing ODP commercial zone and, or sorry, the whatever centre it is, and the business one? Is
Yeah,
that
I think
what's happened here?
so. Not 100% sure, but I think so.
Yeah, just looking at the corner of our road from the Avenue at petrol station and the garden centre, I think. Petrol station on one of those corners there, and just I got land rather commercial or vice versa.
Look into
But
that.
if it is just, if it, you know, if the reason is you just rolling it over, then that's a reason. But whether or not there was a detailed and use analysis in terms of what the appropriate zoning is based on what's there and what is potentially enabled.
I was just going to add for the commercial zone, my understanding is it was felt that the Curtis Street area was the most appropriate for that zoning. That's why we only have one pocket of commercial zone. But mixed use, we certainly can provide more detail on that.
No, sorry, I used the wrong term. I wasn't referring to Curtis Street at all.
Yeah,
in
no.
terms of local centre and mixed use and what's allocated to which. In Miramar, with any detailed assessment about what's the form and function of that particular centre, whether or not the existing zoning is appropriate or not. Because I noticed in that mixed use zone, there's a bit of retail on that mixed use zone as well.
Yeah, I think certainly in terms of the baseline of it was taken across the operative plan, but then the assessment was done in terms of what's there now. Is it still appropriate for mixed use? Does it fit the purpose of the zone? That has been undertaken, so we can look into that. I'm sure there's information on there that we can provide.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm just looking at the time. We're due to break at 10:40. I'm just trying to see. Maybe we just use the next 10 minutes to see if there's questions around your neighbourhood centre zone. I mean, as I said, there's a lot of crossover between things, and so you've answered some of my questions relating to this one. Are there questions from the panel in relation to the neighbourhood centre zone?
I don't have any questions when you read the local centre zone and you read the neighbourhood centre zone. There's a lot of similarities and a lot of similar issues between the two. Obviously, the different functions.
The mix zone. Questions around the mix. Just to clarify, when the discussion that Commissioner Dace has just had around the Miramar mix zone, you're providing some information around, did I get that correct? Around that, the history?
We can certainly, in terms of the assessment that was done more generally for application of the zone. Yep.
Okay.
The other area which interested me, and we had to talk about Newtown before, but that's a very colourful map when you look at it. Lots of different, and particularly what's sort of activities are there and at the moment. Some of the retail activity seems to have gone into mixed use zone over the years as well. So whether the same sort of thing applying to you might be spatial definition of the mixed use in Newtown.
Just to clarify too, in relation to Shelley Bay, you're agreeing to, you support extending the mixed use zone to align with the property boundaries, is it correct?
That's correct. I know there's a lot of history to Shelley Bay, and to be fair, I haven't gone into most of it. But from a consenting perspective, it's not ideal to have a split zoning, so that's why I'm supporting that change, that extension.
Shall
just-
I?
Yes, you go on.
Yeah, I know it's got an enormous history, but the predominance there is residential, isn't it, in terms of the consented development?
Yeah, I think it's both. So I think some of the residential does have mixed use commercial at the bottom, similar to
So
what's in now.
in terms of the National Planning Standard zonings, mixed use is the sort of most best fit, is it? Rather than splitting the zoning, residential components of site, certainly the consented residential components and the other as well.
Don't know if that option was explored. I mean, that's an option if you had stuff
I've
towards
just-
the front, say mixed use, and stuff towards the back, residentials. But
Yep.
I doubt that the owners would like that option. I think they want to retain significant development potential.
I accept that, and I accept it's consented development, but just intuitively, the predominance of that site is for residential. Some business activities integrated in amongst it as well. So, when in terms of the other mixed use zones around the city, when you look at what's on there, at Newtown, Miramar, about Johnsonville, about Tawa, and the sorts of activities which are in the mixed use zone are quite different from what is anticipated in terms of the Shelley Bay area. I've seen in other plans where areas like this actually have some sort of definition on them, such as what you got for the bus barn. Whether that was actually considered as being an option.
Not aware of that, whether it was considered or not. Agree. So if you look back at the purpose of the zone, which is a mixture of residential and commercial, I think it does fit in that zone. But yeah, I don't know that there was anything considered in that respect. I think we probably took a cautious approach in that while there is a consented development, if that doesn't happen, think about what could happen on that site and recognise that at the moment there is a mixture of activities.
Not a whole lot happening.
Well, the buildings are down here, not ideal.
So the zoning of that area at the moment is natural open space, is it?
No, I think it's business one, where there are obviously the built development, and then behind it on the hill is open space.
I can't show you my map.
I've got a virtual version.
Yes, well, I'm looking at just above your paragraph 40. Sorry, I just probably just need you to walk me through.
Sure.
So the area outlined in red, which is green, is that not zoned open space?
Oh yeah, so the pink is the business area and the red is
Yeah, so
the green, yeah.
Yeah, so that piece that's green, red boundary, is that what they're asking to be rezoned as mixed use, or is that being retained as? That's what I thought they were asking to be rezoned.
Yeah, I think that's actually right, yeah.
Okay, so that's sort of a little bit different than that's Lindsay was saying that it was residential, is it? Well, what I heard.
I think the use is residential
Okay,
or the consented use. I'm not sure that it's actually being built or will be built. So it would be expanding that mixed use zone into the open space. Probably on the periphery of the open space zone, it's not as.
but the granted consent would allow that development in that area now anyway, does it?
Can check that. At the break.
Just be interesting to see where the development has been consented, how far it protrudes out, and
Sure.
this, you know, the values associated with a natural open space zone is quite different to zones.
I might also just say that we might address it and write a reply. So just looking at the map there, there's also potentially a question there around the line, and it goes into a special amenity landscape as well. And I know that Taranaki whānau has, I hope I'm correct in saying, sought to remove that special amenity landscape from Watts Peninsula. So that portion we addressed in the natural environment hearing, but that is something that obviously needs to be taken into consideration given a colourful map with different natural environment overlays. So just that's one thing to check with that extension.
In terms of
Just picking up on Commissioner Dacia's question around the mixed use versus commercial. Do you know off the hand, I mean, for instance, Shelley Bay, which I understand does have a large component of residential, if not all of it. But when you compare that to the mixed zone at Tohini Road in Miramar, all that, which is, I can't remember seeing any residential there at all. And it's solidly developed. And I think you say that it was recently developed, or maybe that's submitted as evidence. So it's unlikely to be changed. Just what is the guiding principle between deciding whether it's mixed use, which allows definitely for enabling residential development, versus a commercial, which tends not to? Do you know what the sort of the trigger point for saying that should be mixed use and that should be commercial zone?
before I just caveat that this should be further teased out for a written response for you. But I mean, looking at, and please correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Hayes, looking at Curtis Street, which I don't believe there's any residential development anticipated, so that purely fits within the commercial zone purpose, versus the other areas of mixed use zone where, depending on how it is provided, residential could foreseeably be provided. Noting that you say that the more developed nature of one area of mixed use zone versus another, but I think in terms of looking at the business areas, the decision was made that in terms of what fit what zone, it was purely Curtis Street that had fits that zone purpose under the national planning standards of just being commercial, whereas the others, I would imagine, were identified as potentially having residential component and needing to allow for that more mixed use nature within those areas. But we can certainly provide more of that history to that decision making.
I mean, it's not being challenged greatly around the place, so it's more a interest at this point in terms of why one place was decided to be MUZ and others were commercially zoned, when there seems to be a real mixture of situations.
Yeah, I'd probably say as well. It's just for that. Sorry, I will pass back. It's just the more the enabling nature, I guess, of potentially allowing residential, whilst very much still wanting that commercial aspect and retail aspect of the mixed use zone, and that's probably why there's a greater percentage, I would say, of mixed use zone versus commercial in terms of what's in the plan, in terms of that plan enabled side of things as well.
Okay, thank you.
The only thing I would add is it's similar to the local centres, like there's a range, scales and sizes and activities within those, and the same with the mixed use. So I do have the Shelley Bay plans here. If anyone wants to look at them in the back.
Okay, well, we'll take a break now and resume the hearing at 11 o'clock. So thank you, everyone.
Thanks. I just need my laptop.
Okay.
Good morning. Hearing Stream 4 has reconvened. We're a little bit late because we're discussing the plan of attack for the remainder of the day. And we believe that because there are so many matters in commonality between the zones and things, so we'll probably be finished with the zone questions by lunchtime. And therefore we can, and bearing in mind that a couple of the council advisors have time limits themselves, we'll probably resume after lunch to talk about, finish the discussion on city outcomes. And then we should be finished around, well, by 2 o'clock, 2 or 3, depending how we go there. So that's our revised plan. I don't know that we quite finished the questioning on mixed use zones. Do we have further questions from the panel?
The one in relation to Rongotai investments. So that's your paragraph 202. So I haven't got my maps on in front of me, but the light green around that mixed use area.
So yeah, that's correct. That's open space.
That is open space. I'm requesting that those areas be increased.
That's correct. So my understanding is those heights have been applied just as a carry on from the operative plan where there's a specific appendix that relates to that area. What I'm recommending is that the permitted activity heights stay what they are in the notified plan, but that we do give additional height for restricted discretionary activity to 20 metres. So that's in my statement, supplementary statement.
So as an RDA, that would be 20 metres. And is that actually a road now around it?
No, I think it's pedestrian.
Okay.
Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah, just one. Supermarkets. The permitted activity up to 1,500 square metres. Supermarkets obviously are commercial retail activity and so forth, and the MUZ is actually quite a different zone, flexible and so forth. Supermarkets obviously have effects upon other retail activities as well, and wondered whether it was appropriate that they are actually permitted activities in the first place in the MUZ. And what the reasoning is behind actually having sufficient flexibility in terms of land use for supermarkets to establish in the MUZ, considering you don't have a lot of them in the city. You got any view on that?
Is that something I haven't turned my mind to? I think the supermarket's argument is that we don't permit them anywhere, which is true. They need consent for the buildings. So I think in the other centres, they are permitted at any floor area and they're more restricted in the MUZ. So that's differentiation. Whether they're appropriate or not, I don't think they're not appropriate. I think we have to put them somewhere.
And 1,500 square metres. Oh, sorry, I'm sort of struggling with what that might equate to in terms of a size of a existing shop. Is it a sort of a medium-sized supermarket or a smaller one, or you can compare to some of the bigger ones, like Chafers New World's big supermarket? Is it as big as that, or is it much more smaller? Like,
Problem is when you Google size of Countdown New Johnson or whatever, it doesn't actually tell you.
well,
I'm not actually
it
sure.
might be
And it's got some
it might be something which we can talk to Woolworths
Yeah.
and Foodstuffs about.
That's probably a good idea.
yeah, I guess the general point is that MUZs are flexible sorts of use, and you've got your centres, which are the primary activities for primary areas. But there's an expectation that a supermarket, or an anticipation with it being permitted activity, that a supermarket could take a good chunk of a certain MUZ zone. And whether that's actually appropriate and possible, considering where some of the MUZ zones are, Shelley Bay, for example, you put a 1,500 square metre as a permitted activity. So forgetting about the building side of things, but as a permitted activity, you can put a 1,500 square metre supermarket on Shelley Bay. Whether that's appropriate in land use terms, has that been thought about?
Not sure if it's been thought about by other people, but it hasn't been thought about by me so much. Anna's got a comment.
Yeah, as just jogged my memory, and I'd want to double check this, but I think Woolworths or Foodstuff were considering 400 square metres as a permitted activity for city centre zone. So that's just a comparator in terms of what I think they've put in their submission for the city centre alone. Just comparing that.
So, sorry, 400 square metres for average state house. For average state houses is about 90 to 100 square metres, and that's what I think of when we get these figures put out there. But 400 square metres in the central area is a pretty small supermarket, and considering in the central area it could be on multiple floors or whatever. But it is actually pretty small footprint.
It is, and I think I mean, I wouldn't want to speak on their behalf. It would be good to hear them next week. But certainly, that my understanding was it's possibly them being responsive to the fact that it is a city centre zone. I think as I've traversed in my evidence, things are changing in terms of the nature of supermarkets. You see a lot more metro, so Countdown on Lambton Quay, Willis Street to New World. But certainly our approach, just at a high level, which we've discussed, is we're not. We certainly think they should be permitted activity in terms of enabling that activity. It is an essential service, but we're certainly saying with the built side of things, or the building itself shouldn't have an enabled or be a permitted activity, because there are a lot of design considerations still needed. And I think generally supermarkets are changing into nature and function and need to keep adapting. You see a lot more of those. First in terms of the competition side of things, and they do enable more competition, but the way that they can function, I think the Willis Streets and the Lambton Quay are examples where it doesn't have to be ground level car parking. It can be serviced through access behind, for example. I think it's off Bulcott Street for the one on Willis Street, for example. So we just consider that the way that supermarkets present themselves can change. I appreciate that it's different to MUZ, and maybe it's an area that can be considered in terms of square meterage. So I appreciate your argument there.
Well, I'm also thinking about the functions of the centres as well when I'm saying that, because if you're looking at a supermarket, they're a destination in their own right, and often they're located in a centre where there are other retail offerings in and around it. So you go to the supermarket, and then you might go and potentially do something else in that centre. But by opening up to sometimes remote sites from other centres in the MUZs, is that being thought about at all in terms of, retail distribution and what is needed with in terms of we've got to be careful about such words as vitality and vibrancy and so forth through there. But in terms of, if you're looking at one of the MUZ sites in Miramar, for example, if that had a 1,500 square metre supermarket on it, what that might do to the vibrancy, vitality, whatever you want to use, because there's plenty of examples of around New Zealand where there has been other retail activities put outside of town centre that could potentially have an impact on the town centre themselves, or a centre. Sorry, not necessarily a town centre.
I think probably, at face value, looking at that limit, permitted activity limit for the MUZ, it's probably recognising that we would expect to see the bigger supermarkets, away from a maybe possibly dominating the city centre or a smaller neighbourhood centre or something like that to be more in those mixed use environments. But I certainly think there's room for us to look at that through rebuttal in terms of is that limit appropriate, because certainly it's not our intent that we just want to see a a mixed use zone area in Miramar, wherever it would be, dominated by a supermarket. Definitely not. It is very much around its purpose of a mixture of activities, so that is something that we can consider, but we can also look into the history of that.
Also might be worth getting Dr. Lees to comment further on that. One thing with Miramar, I mean, with Shelley Bay, I mean, it's not necessarily a bad location to have a smaller supermarket. When you think about other sustainability type things, if you've got a lot of people living there and they've got a walkable market, I don't see that's a bad outcome.
Just had a quick query. Schofield asked earlier about the height in relation to boundary and it's in terms of halfway house. So you've recommended that paragraph 239 to include a clause regarding a scheduled heritage building. I just wondered if you turned your mind to chasms. I haven't looked at the maps to see where they are, but that's an ongoing changing spectrum. So I just wondered if that would be appropriate to include chasms in there.
Totally agree. That would be, I think that would be appropriate, and maybe just change the wording to scheduled heritage to include chasms and heritage areas. And for example, if the whole of that garden is part of the heritage, then it wouldn't just apply to the building.
Provide some wording that.
Slight twist. Further to the discussion for morning tea around the differentiator between a mixed-use zone and commercial zones, the Curtis Street situation. Now, I know they're not requesting to be rezoned to mixed use, but in essence, what they're proposing to do is more a mixed use kind of thing than a commercial zone thing, looking at the information and the evidence provided. Had any thought been given to do you know about the appropriateness? I know it's been, you've kind of picked the nearest to the existing Curtis Street zoning, which is bespoke to that site, but do you know why it went one way and not the other? Was it only seen as a commercial site and not suitable for residential, for instance?
We look at the purpose. My understanding is that you can have residential there, but that it should be kind of ancillary to the commercial so that it retains a commercial focus. But is
Way around.
Yeah.
They've got.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, what they were arguing is that they've explored commercial activities and they found that they can only do residential. I think that that would not achieve the purpose of what we're hoping to get there, but that both could kind of coexist on the site.
Yeah, I mean, I'm interested to follow this through with Mr. Leary as well, because what they're showing is predominantly, if not entirely, residential versus commercial zoning for it. So, okay.
Yeah, and on that, I'm quite keen to look at that because it is a bit of an oddity in plan relating to this site. And it's got huge history, years and years and years. That site's been controversial, put it that way. But whether or not there is something which might align with the existing categorizations that you have, and potentially look at some form of development area which has something bespoke, which might reflect that. It's just an idea. I know in other plans there's a lot more development areas being looked at, which actually provide that next layer of detail.
I think it was looked at in the issues and options, and that's where they landed on commercial zone, but yeah, can look at that. Just on that though, because it is just the one zone and it is commercial, it is bespoke in its own right. So whether we change the name of the zone is probably not going to change the provisions.
But the expectations would be changed, wouldn't it, in terms of anything that needs consent coming through. But yeah, I agree. Any other questions from the panel on mixed use zones?
Yeah, just one, and I've got a tag beside it. In your 42A report, paragraph 259, where you're talking about mix of densities within the MUZ and wanting to make sure that buildings do not dominate the zone, rather mix of densities as suggested by the zone. But you also say that the standard doesn't prevent large floor area buildings from occurring within the MUZ. Larger floor areas can be achieved through resource consent. National Planning Standards has an option for large format retail zone. Was that ever assessed in terms of the MUZ zones as being appropriate? An area where, Porora, for example, there was an area to the north which was always seen as the big box retail area, and that's what we have at the moment. But in the Wellington City context, was there ever any consideration of utilising a large format retail zone as opposed to just having simplified MUZ?
Certainly, it's not jogging my memory about any discussion of the zone under the National Planning Standards, as opposed to they're going to manage that form of activity within the existing centres. I think in terms of the rollover from the business to the mixed use zone, that was the preference around the mixed use zone and what that zone could provide for. There was a lot of discussion around large format retail because of particularly thinking around the central area and not wanting to, that whole discussion around undermining the viability of the central area. But certainly I think there was a focus rather on having the centre zones as opposed to a zone that was just large format retail. And I think that's around spreading activities and spreading that retail activity across the district rather than just having a kind of certain area that's just designated for that type of activity. It was around, I think, more the spread of services and retail provision than anything else. I don't know if Hayes wants to say anything further on that.
They often like to cluster together as well. Certainly in other parts of the country, you see a cluster of these large format retail. But you've got retail is probably the nearest thing that you have to a cluster of larger format.
I think is on privately owned airport land. So, and that's one thing the Porora plan does have is a large format retail zone.
I think like you said, would be fitted with, I guess, the zone in terms of that face value. But I think that we went for a mixed use zone rather than a particular zone. But we can dive back into six partners. There might be something in there.
Yeah,
Probably also.
I guess with an MUZ is that anything goes subject to design control. And there's so few of them. You got so few industrial areas within the city compared to other comparable populations. There's so few industrial areas. So is there a risk with the anything goes approach that you actually lose your non-retail capacity, non-retail employment capacity by having such a guy's approach to land use activities. Then you have a MUZ, a large format retail, and they might choose to establish, and they can take a lot of that land. Or retail-based yards, you know, your Bunnings or your Mitre 10s or something like that. You know, that sort of focus.
So I would look at that as the mixed use, or the zonings were applied taking into account what's already there. So we didn't apply the large retail because there aren't, like you say, there aren't a lot of those. I think in terms of, like you say, again, they do cluster together, so there's a lot of mixed use zones across. I don't think there's a huge risk that there would be a lot of these popping up. Might be that there might be 1 or 2 mixed use zones that does happen, and that'd probably be the best location for it.
Okay. Thank you.
No, thank you. Yes, I was just revisiting Mr. Leary's evidence, and the changes he's seeking in terms of for the commercial zone are blanket in terms of it's not recognising that this relief is specific to that site. It's just a blanket change that applies to the commercial zoning. If they're not looking to be rezoned to mixed use, with the changes, and I was just trying to find your recommendations, that if we were of a mind, you've said, capture that fact that it is, some of these changes would be specific to Curtis Street.
Correct, yeah.
If there's any further questions, we might move to the general industrial topic. Are there any sort of key comments you want to make before we turn to questions?
No, I think we'll just round back and write a reply.
Oh yeah, sorry. Yes, we've got a new.
Yeah, we do have a new
42
planner.
report.
Yeah,
There might be one change.
It's better for Hannah to speak than us.
Yeah.
I'll start here.
Thank you. Same question, but to the right person. Are there any sort of general key comments you want to make regarding the general industrial zone and any changes in your recommendations recently?
I don't think so. If I just quickly briefly introduce myself. My name is Hannah Ben-Haran Giles, and I'm a senior planning advisor in the district planning team. Don't think there's anything substantial to address for the general industrial zone. I do have notes prepared if you'd like a high-level overview of the provisions for the GIZ and how that compares to the ODP, or otherwise I'm happy to jump straight into questions.
Well, if you could give a quick overview while the panel are getting their heads around it.
Thank you. Sure. So by way of context, the mapped extent and approach of the general industrial zone broadly reflects the business 2 area of the ODP. The general industrial zone covers approximately 173 hectares across Wellington City, including industrial areas in Miramar, Moa Point, Rongotai, the Southern Landfill, Kaiwhatawhata, Nauranga, Newlands, Glenside, Granada North and Tower. And there is also the Miramar and Burnham Walk precinct. The purpose of the general industrial zone is to enable industrial activities, as well as activities that are ancillary to and or compatible with the adverse effects generated from industrial activities. The overall framework for the business 2 area and general industrial zone are similar in that they seek to ensure the retention of suitable land for industrial activities by restricting the establishment of non-industrial activities. So the policy and rule framework for the general industrial zone
is to enable industrial activities and avoid sensitive activities and commercial activities, except for those ancillary to industrial activities. And I note that operational port activities are also permitted in the Miramar-Burnham Wharf precinct. I'll take my section 42A as read, but again, if it would assist the panel, I can provide a high-level overview of my key recommendations.
Okay, if you can, because maybe we can ask questions as you go through.
Yeah, absolutely. So firstly, objectives. I have recommended that GIZ02 and GIZ03 be combined and amended to provide a higher level of protection for reverse sensitivity, and that was in response to EnviroNZ's submission. As a continuation of this outcome, I've recommended amendment to GIZP3 to detail nuisance effects, including noise, odour and dust, again in response to EnviroNZ's submission.
Any questions on that? So I'll lead off. When I read the wording of the change, I thought there was quite a big significant change in the thrust of this objective 03, GIZ 03. I think what it is it's almost a new objective. It's almost replacing an old one. It's not the same objective. The first one was around what goes into a general industrial zone, and is clearly saying it's not promoting, doesn't want commercial activities to go in there. Whereas this is replacing it with one all about protecting industrial activities from reverse sensitivity. And so you're actually losing one thing and gaining another. Is that what was intended?
I think the reasoning for what I do acknowledge is quite a substantial rewrite of the objectives is that, in my view, and as I've set out in my 42A, the objectives as they were quite duplicative of the policy wording. And so my intent was to provide that kind of higher overarching objective level, which then has that differentiation between sensitive activities and commercial activities in what is GIZ P3 and P4.
So is there an equivalent to the old objective 3 there? Are you saying it duplicated another objective around not having commercial activities go into industrial zone?
I think that's what was GIZ 03 is still captured by what I have redrafted as the new clause 3 of the objective, that commercial activities, industrial activities are not constrained or compromised by commercial activities that are provided for in the centres and mixed use zones. So I think it's just been clarified in there. And then as to what the objective spoke to about the centre's hierarchy, in my view, that is then below at the policy level in GIZP4.
There's still a significant change in wording and meaning. So, because the other one, the notified version says commercial activities are not established unless they are and they do not undermine the hierarchy of centres. That's pretty clear. Whereas this one says basically commercial activities shouldn't go in if they compromise or constrain industrial activities. And the commercial activities that are provided for in the centres and mixed use zones. So it's quite a different slant to that protection, and thou shalt not go into GIZ area. And it's just an intentional change.
I do acknowledge what you're saying, and it is a deviation from what was in the PDP.
Because I'm going back to sorry to interrupt, but going back to what was sought, they were working with that existing wording and just adding 2 more points, whereas this is quite a change in wording as well. And I will ask questions of them in terms of whether they're satisfied by that quite change in
Yeah.
sound or not.
I note that I believe it's Miss Rosser for Enviro NZ has in her evidence acknowledged that she's happy with the new approach. But yeah, I acknowledge what you're saying and I can address it further in my writer reply if that's of use.
Further to that, when I look back at the objective that comes from, CKP 04, that does require the protection of each individual centre or zone. So I just wonder if softened that approach a bit. A little bit too much, should I say? Maybe.
Anna's just going to pull up.
Sorry, yeah.
What was it? CEKP 04?
Yeah. I mean, the lead word there is protected from activities that are incompatible.
I would add the comment that when the PDP is probably read on a whole, you're getting the strategic objective level with that directive, but also the similar lens of that protection through the general industrial zone objectives. So you've got both at play.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm happy to revisit the wording of the objectives and see if it should be stronger to give effect to CKP 04.
I mean, I go back to, your original thing was, that there's very little industrial land. You've rejected some submissions because, hey, this is all we've got and we need to protect it. So I just wondered if that, that needs to be forefront in those wording of that objective as well.
I think I have tried to make that stronger in the wording of the new objective, and that it also brings in that the role and function of the general industrial zone is not constrained or compromised. So in that sense, I think it goes further that it's not just, I think that is more strongly worded that the role and function is protected.
Again, the wording of 3 there, commercial activities that are provided for in centres and mixed use zones, it provides for any type of commercial activity, don't they? The centre zones and that, they don't prescribe particular types of commercial activities. So basically it's saying, well, what is it saying? That's what I'm trying to understand. So industrial activities in the GIZ are not constrained or compromised by commercial activities that are provided for in centres and mixed use sites, which is everything.
I think I
Getting caught up in language, sorry.
no, but so reading that that was a point that just occurred to me as well, that I think that what that's trying to do is say commercial activities, since they are provided for in centres and mixed zones, it's almost trying to provide a reason why you're excluding commercial activities from the industrial zone, but because of that are, it makes it sound like there are commercial activities provided for in centres and mixed use zones which shouldn't be included, but other commercial activities that are not, and therefore you could do those in this area. So I agree that that's a drafting issue that could be fixed, for example, by deleting everything after activities, or being a little more clear that it's not trying to suggest there is a distinction there. But I also thought in terms of the interpretation, the way I've been interpreting it is that the old rule, or the old objective, I should say, said effectively not enabled, it provided for some commercial activities to take place in the industrial zone in certain circumstances. And what this rule, this objective has tried to do is actually stop that from happening because of the need that Ms. Van Giles has recognised based on what Enviro and Z are saying, to protect it more strongly. So I think that's what I get from the new rule, subject to that change to 3. But I mean, for the planning justification, I think that's the real question for you and for
Well,
her.
maybe if I rephrase my question, because you've got objective 2, which is about sensitive activities, and that's where your issues around odour and dust and noise, maybe that's the home for keeping, because objective 03 is about dealing with commercial activities, just as Mr. Whittington said. And objective 2 is about reverse sensitivity and dust and odour and things. And I'm wondering, by trying to conflate the two, it's not working. It's not clear, and maybe it needs to be unconflated or kept unconflated. Yeah, all kept separate. Yeah.
Yeah, I acknowledge that they could be retained as they were as separate objectives, and that's something I think I can consider further and respond to my writer reply if that's helpful.
Questions from the panel?
I've just got one in terms of clarification. With regards to the sensitivities and the commercial activities, the corrections have actually asked that community corrections activities are included. What do they consider corrections activities that are commercial or non-sensitive to commercial activities?
So to clarify, your question is, are community corrections activities compatible with the industrial zone? Or
yeah, the question is what are these community corrections activities that actually fit in there?
okay. So the PDP has a definition of community corrections activities, which is the use of land and buildings for non-custodial services for safety, welfare and community purposes, including rehabilitation and reintegration services, assessments, reporting, workshops and programs, administration and a meeting point for community work groups. So on that basis, I would note that community corrections activities are a permitted activity across all zones in the PDP. And so consistent with that approach, I've recommended that they're permitted in the.
It's the workshop part, I understand that.
Yes.
Yeah, it's the workshop part that would fit in there where they have.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
To P3, Enviro NZ have suggested the word distanced to be included, and I think in your rebuttal you agreed with that.
Yes, I've agreed with
Yeah,
that.
so that just allows for those that distance from the sensitive, you know, the effect, should I say?
Yes.
Yeah.
Can I just ask you about that P3? In your bottle. So this is sufficiently insulated. It's captured, is it?
Yes, correct. So sufficiently insulated or distanced from nuisance effects.
My only other question is in relation to maximum height Newlands response to management, where you recommended agreement with a restricted discretionary height. It's a very big industrial building, very high industrial building. Maximum I've ever seen for an industrial zone in terms of height is 20 metres. That really is a big industrial shed on multiple stories, actually, or a very high warehouse for warehouse. In terms of where it is, visibility, narrow gauge coming down right in your face. Do you feel that there is, there is such an uplift required for that particular site compared to other sites?
So one of the key reasons why I considered it would be appropriate to increase that height is that it is within the Nauranga Gorge along the state highway there, and that the 24 metres is already the maximum height for buildings and structures within the nearby Nauranga industrial area.
Down the bottom of the hill,
I think further up the hill,
further up the hill.
near the Kiwi Point Quarry, is on the map to make sure
So,
that's correct.
you've got the quarry zone, then you've got a small area opposite that.
That is industrial.
That is industrial, and that's at 24 metres at the moment.
Yes, but that's the discretionary
Yeah,
maximum height
your discretionary maximum height with a
Yes.
permitted height of,
of 18 metres.
okay, so that's still pretty substantial building on there. In terms of the Nauranga Gorge itself, certainly it's a reasonably brutal environment in parts. But has there been any thinking about, whether or not that's practical to allow something which is pretty big, pretty utilitarian sort of buildings essentially to be established in that area? Or was it just roll over what you've got?
I believe it was a rollover from the ODP. Other than that, I have recommended that the new ones be more aligned with Nauranga, which was a direct carryover from the ODP.
Yeah. And what's the height? Can you just remind me what the height limit is down the bottom of the Nauranga Gorge? Malvern. And
Is 18 metres.
all right, thank you.
Just in relation to policy 4 and the service retail drive-through restaurants, that myself, when I read the definition, I wouldn't read a drive-through restaurant in that definition, but I mean, you've seen that as well, and you're suggesting that perhaps a tweak definition
Yes.
is appropriate.
Yes. So the definition of service retail is a carryover from the ODP. In my view, it's quite an outdated definition in that it refers to video and DVD stores.
Yeah, that's my next question. Yeah.
There's no submissions that were received on that definition. So yeah, but I think it would be beneficial to tweak that definition.
Yeah. Are you able to provide an example of how that could be tweaked?
I think a good start would be deleting video and DVD stores.
That would be, I mean, I know what they mean, but lots of other people wouldn't.
If I just pull up that definition.
I don't mean now on the hoof, just you can come back to us on that, because obviously that may affect other parts of the plan.
Yes, so the definition of service retail is only used within the general industrial zone,
Okay.
One precinct in the airport zone, and the Lincolnshire Farm industrial area. So it has very limited application, but yes. And
Even still, you might need to turn your mind to all those other areas when you're looking at it.
Yeah, happy to respond to that.
Thank you.
On there, I'm just trying to see if the national planning standards have anything similar or comparable.
So
to that.
there's a definition of retail activity more broadly.
Right. So this would be a nested component of that
Yes.
broader definition.
So one option that could be considered further, whether the definition of service retail could be deleted entirely, and instead those activities that we would consider appropriate in the airport, general industrial and Lincolnshire Farm industrial area could just be detailed within the policy and rule framework instead of relying on what is an outdated definition.
Okay, thank you. got another question in relation to commercial activities P4. Just get it up, sorry. So in regard to restaurant brands, there's a submission on this. So I suppose it's really covered in the definition issue, isn't it, really? I'm just
So they've sought to add drive-through restaurant to that policy. And yeah, my response was that I think it would be covered within service retail, which mentions takeaway activities or activity stores or to that.
right. Okay, no, it's clear. Thank you. Any questions?
Yeah, just on that last one, isn't there quite a difference in between a sandwich shop in an industrial area and having a KFC or a McDonald's in an industrial area? One is very, very much there to service the industrial workers or the industrial employees in the area, which was my understanding of the long-standing exception that you could have a takeaway outlet in the industrial area to a McDonald's or a KFC or something else, which is going to be bringing in people from further afield.
I think it again comes down to that definition of service retail, which includes those, as you say, takeaway food outlets and the interpretation of that and whether it could be clarified. Yeah.
Yeah.
But do you agree in principle, sorry, following on, that the McDonald's, whatever, Pizza Huts are appropriate to locate in the general industrial zone as opposed to a sandwich bar?
Yes, I think that a McDonald's could be appropriate in the industrial zone, given that they have a higher volume of traffic perhaps accessing the site compared to what we'd want to enable in other centre zones. I don't think we'd want to be encouraging a drive-through activity in the centres, but it could be more appropriate in the industrial zone where it's on the fringe of a city.
Because I'm just thinking they're a lot more land hungry than your odd sandwich bar. That's all I'm thinking of in terms of protecting the land resource for industry. Can you give me an example where there is an existing McDonald's or whatever equivalent in the GIZ? I'm just trying to, I was going through the city in my mind trying to picture, and all I can think of is one up Pororua, so that's not helpful.
Off the top of my head,
No.
no, I don't think I could give an example.
Yeah, I can't think of an example either. There always has been a general protection of your industrial that don't. The approach historically has always been so few in number that you really have to kind of ruler over something which could go somewhere else. It doesn't actually go back to the purpose statement of the industrial zone. Actually, fit comfortably.
I agree. I think to go back to what I've written in my Section 42A report, I acknowledged that a drive-through restaurant, depending on the interpretation of that definition of service retail, rather than it being permitted as service retail, could alternatively be captured within the catch-all discretionary rule, which is somewhere. GIZ R7, yes, thank you. So I think tightening or reframing of that definition of service retail could then perhaps shift drive-through restaurant more broadly to that all other activities discretionary rule, which would then provide that protection for industrial land use.
And just as a quick question around scope for doing that. We'll just double check the scope to. If you're saying that the notified plan would allow for the drive-throughs.
That was my interpretation. But
Yeah.
it, I guess, would depend on.
Because
the
that would be
processing
opposite to what
officer.
restaurant brands would be asking for. If you made it a little bit harder to get consent. Take the drive-throughs. Just a question in my mind, I don't know. And I was just looking at the industrial zonings around the place, and most of them you wouldn't want to put a fast food because they're off to one side. They're not on that busy road kind of thing, apart from Tower. Most of them are sort of cul-de-sacs or similar situations. So chances of it happening, other than Tower, pretty slight, I would say. Okay. No doubt. Submission.
Thank you.
Really known. I was thinking soon afterwards, as I said earlier, PSC issue again. Big thing. For a few hours. What time will we do? Is that all right for everyone? 1 o'clock for dinner? Now. Okay, the hearing is adjourned until 1 o'clock. Good afternoon. Hearing stream 4 is reconvened. The item that we've left to ask questions of the officers today is a return to the city outcomes contributions question, because we ran out of time yesterday morning. But today we'll hopefully have enough time to ask a few more questions. I think we will, around that. And I might kickstart the process. In the general report, it talks about the controls in the COC for short, a variation to the existing design excellent controls, but they're a lot more than just a variation, aren't they?
Yes, and I can provide clarity on that. Happy to answer the question now, but I just wondered if the panel would be open to myself providing a few comments and then passing as well to Mr. Whittington to provide some clarity before we jump into questions, if that was okay.
It's fine.
I do just want to provide a commentary on that perhaps it wasn't the best use of wording around design excellence. What I've been trying to distill is that it is, in terms of the using an exceedance of height to gain something back for the city, that is what I was just simply referring to, that there's an existing tool used in terms of, I guess, the hook, a similar manner. It uses that same threshold, but certainly in terms of the outcomes, it's very different from design excellence to city outcome contribution. So if I may just make a couple of points, and I'll hand over to Mr. Whittington to provide further commentary, and then very happy to take questions. So the purpose of a COC broadly is to counterbalance under and over height development by ensuring positive effects and citywide benefits are derived from such proposals. The policy and rule framework for city outcomes sets up a scheme whereby, and I use the city centre zone example, but I mean more broadly across the zones it applies to, where these provisions are enabling, but in the event that development proposes to either exceed the height thresholds or reduce the minimum height limit in the city centre zone example, there are additional citywide outcomes which council and the public interest want to see accommodated. So I will note that the city outcome contributions are a really useful way to achieve the strategic direction within the plan. And I have done a table which shows how the policies and the strategic direction and other goals for the city are given effect to, and I will include that in my right of reply because I think this is useful, including noting that they give effect to matters in policy 1 of the NPSUD, which is well-functioning urban environment. So a couple of points just to speak to or clarify. So for the metropolitan centre zone, I think it's a good example where it's worth noting that the threshold is different for these other zones in the city centre zone, and it's 25% or more. So it's quite interesting thinking about the extra height that's being sought in Johnsonville, for example, because it is 25% or more. You actually Stride, for example, are given ability to go 2 stories above anyway because of that 0 to 24%. So 24% is 8 metres, which would be 2 stories anyway, which takes them to 43 metres before the COC even kicks in. So I just wanted to provide that example. So more commentary will be provided in the right of reply, but I do just want to say that I acknowledge there are concerns raised for the submissions. And Mr. Whittington will speak to this further, but firstly on the one of lawful, definitely we consider it as lawful, and we've talked around managing adverse effects, creating positive effects, and I think the scheme creates a lot of positive effects from allowing exceedances in tall buildings. And does it align with the RMA objectives? My plain opinion is yes, it definitely does. And then that one around, are we addressing height effects? And through the resource consent process, we are addressing height effects. As I've noted yesterday, we're not saying that we're not concerned about height effects, but this is managed the resource consent process. So I think that another point that's been raised is using height as a proxy. We have considered other ways that this could be done, but I note that this is how the design excellence is used currently in practice for the operative plan. I also think it's the most straightforward proxy that you could use for then triggering the thresholds for city outcome contribution. Because unlike massing or another mechanism, it is a straightforward way to do it in terms of a clear level which you go above, and then you're required to provide something back to the city because you are getting that exceedance in height, or in the city centre zone, under use of height in terms of underdevelopment of a site. And Mr. Whittington has brought a good example to that. Where another area that we use proxy for height is wind. It has been used in the operative plan, and for many decades, I'd say, as height as a proxy for which then wind consideration is kicked in. Doesn't mean that we're not concerned about heights below that, but at its general comfort level, where above a certain height, consideration is then given. And I think it's important to remember that that's an operative plan control, and it has been that way to date. And as I mentioned, I think it's possibly the most straightforward way to do it, as opposed to, say, a maximum standard where you exceed a certain level of site coverage or a certain level above that. Height is a cleaner way of doing that. I think fundamentally, I certainly think it's a positive mechanism for the city that gives effect to our city goals and strategic direction. And possibly, whilst I know that other development controls and standards do give effect to our direction, I think there may be a gap if city outcome contribution is not provided for in terms of meeting some of these goals. Particularly thinking around well-functioning urban environment, and whilst we do want to give effect to increased intensification, as Policy 3A notes, it's about maximising the benefits of intensification as well. I don't think that can be forgotten, and it's not development at all costs. So to the extent that there is a concern that the point system possibly creates, and I note that it's just some of the commentary in the submissions, it potentially creates a disincentive or a de facto height limit. I certainly think through the right to reply, this is something that we can address and review in terms of the point system. I also note that there's opportunity within the commentary section of Table 3 to provide more detail around assessment and how points would be allocated. I certainly think we can do that. But I also just reiterate my point from yesterday that I don't think encourage is strong enough for something that has potential to provide really good citywide public benefits, and which is a really important way of counterbalancing an increase in height. We're not saying that we don't want tall buildings, we're just saying that we want them to be done well and provide contribution back to the city. So this has come out of a concern in terms of this city outcome contribution of the traditional way of doing things, and in the operative plan itself, it hasn't necessarily always worked. And that's why we've gone back to the drawing board of what contributions can we get for the city in terms of then allowing exceedances in height. So I think it provides more direction for density done well. I certainly think it provides a lot more clarity around what we expect as a council or as a city on behalf of the public in terms of where there are exceedances in height and we want benefits back for the city. Then what is in design excellence? Because I know the feedback received is that it's not clear in terms of what is sought. And as a result, anecdotally, I think it also has created a variety of outcomes of what has been provided through design excellence as well. So my last point is probably just to note that this isn't something I've just thrown in through rebuttal. This has been 3 years in the making, and it has been workshopped extensively internally, but also through the draft plan process with the public and stakeholders, and also through the proposed plan process as well. So it's been 3 years worth of thinking around what is the best way to provide for this. And as I noted, happy to put more comments into the Appendix 16, for example, to provide more clarity how the points work. But I think this is a really important outcome that needs to be provided, noting that it's about a well-functioning urban environment and not development at all costs. And on that note, I'll pass to Mr. Whittington.
Are you happy for that approach? I'm happy as well if you.
We've got yours.
We've got your legal submission here, so it's nice and short and sweet. Is that what you wanted to talk to? Or are you going
To some extent, what I thought I would do is, I think that the question of lawfulness has been raised by, I think, only one submitter and in a planning piece of evidence. And in fact, it might have been Mr. Liggett, the corporate evidence on behalf of Kainga, sort of throws it out there as questions whether it's lawful. And so that's why I've addressed it in my submission. I consider it to be lawful, and whether you want me to go into why that is I suppose a matter for you as to whether it's a question in your mind.
Well, I can't speak for the other panel members, but are you solely relying on the infinity case for your position?
Well, not solely. I think infinity is the most applicable precedent that demonstrates that having a plan which requires the active provision of something by developers that is not necessarily directly related to the adverse effects that are created by their particular development is why this is a lawful approach to take. As far as I see it, the battleground here is Section 32. And it's really important when we come to that we think about incentives and whether height is the appropriate trigger to use. All of those sorts of questions that were discussed yesterday, they to me are the appropriate battleground, not over whether this is actually a lawful thing that the RMA authorises in a kind of an ultra vires sense. So it depends on whether that feels instinctively right to you, and we can move on to some of the Section 32 stuff, or whether it's something that you would need to hear from me on. I accept that it's not orthodox, what is being proposed here, but it is becoming increasingly, I think, relied on as a way to use a planning process to drive positive outcomes. There's another example. The Queenstown Lakes District Council has just notified and received submissions on a plan change, which will do something very similar, but limited to what they call affordable housing. And it will require developers to provide, effectively uses the financial contribution model. They provide either land or money into a fund with which the council will develop affordable housing. So it's the same approach. My argument on the lawfulness of that approach would be exactly the same as it is here. It's something that in my submission the RMA allows. The reluctance, I think, or the reason that certain people might think that it's not authorised is because it hasn't been done very frequently in the 30-year history of the RMA. It's been very much treated as an effects-based system, and it largely is, but it's not only an effects-based system. And the other thing I'd say about that is that even if you do think it is solely an effects-based system, my conceptualisation of what the council is trying to do here is about the mitigation of potentially adverse effects, or trying to at least prevent potential adverse effects from occurring.
Can you just remind me what were the mechanisms in the infinity case? What did it use to require affordable housing? Because I'm not terribly familiar with it.
So in infinity, effectively what I've just described, that the Queenstown Lakes District Council has proposed is very similar to what it proposed 15 years ago, right, in infinity. And it eventually stepped away from the idea when the global financial crisis hit, and it decided that it was not appropriate. It would end up deterring development too much. Effectively, the suppose the metrics changed and it withdrew the plan change. It ended up with a matter of discretion in the plan for non-complying or discretionary activities that were residential development. But what it had proposed was that if you were discretionary or non-complying, then the part of your development that was beyond the standards was assessed for a contribution to affordable housing. And in practice, what was expected was that the developer would have to provide, if you're doing a 25 lot subdivision, one or some proportion of lots would be provided to the council to be provided to on a more affordable basis than the market was otherwise providing.
What happened if they didn't provide affordable housing? What happened in the consent process? Can you remember?
I can't remember. I don't think it then provided that it was prohibited. I imagine that it came down to whether you would get consent. So you could, I assume, theoretically still have got consent if you just outright refused, but you were.
So you increase the risk of being
Getting
declined.
it, basically. Because of course, non-complying status, you'd have to be not contrary to the objectives and policies, and the objectives and policies were that if you were in this situation, you would be providing a contribution to the affordable housing. So if you weren't doing it, then you wouldn't get through that gateway. But then there'd be
But
the
then there's
effects
the other
gateway.
gateway, so, that's,
Yeah.
Your effects might be less than minor.
There might be.
So there's still a gateway regardless of that.
And there is still here, with the council's proposal here, there's the option of simply saying, no, I don't want to provide your city outcome contribution. And you might get consent. And the council's, the proposal is not to preclude that. It's not to absolutely force it. It is to say this is one way of getting consent. And if you want to take the risk of not doing it, then that's the outcome. What this proposal does, though, is of course say that in that case you're publicly notified. And the reason in my submission that that's appropriate is because what we're talking about here is not meeting to the extent that the council thinks we can the public high-level strategic objectives that the public through this process will have bought into. And if you're not going to meet those objectives, then the public should have a say or have the opportunity to have a say. So that's the connection with public notification. The alternative way of thinking about it would be to ramp up the activity status, but I don't think that would be lawful or consistent with the NPSUD, because the NPSUD requires in the central area, for example, central city zone, to, let's get the words wrong, but provide as much as possible height and density in order to maximise the benefits of intensification. We've arrived at a position now after the Section 42 report that we are going for unlimited height in the central city area. Therefore, we're providing as much as possible, but that has to be plan enabled. And so if you ramp up the activity status to discretionary or non-complying, then you're no longer plan enabling height and density within the centre city zone. So that's not really an option. The only option, if you're going to provide for a consequence of not providing the COC, is notification. And as I say, I think that's appropriate for the reason that I've just given. These are difficult questions because they ask you to engage in plan making in a way that is recognised by the Environment Court in lots of cases, that often what we're doing in plan making is creating incentives, and we need to be aware of potential disincentives of rule frameworks, and therefore not getting what we want out of things because inadvertently we provide for a disincentive for something. And the council acknowledges that and asks you to think about the incentives that will be created. That's why the council's tried to very carefully design the COC the way it has, because it does not want to, for example, based on the question we had yesterday from Commissioner Lutz, create a de facto height limit where people say, well, I'll build up to 42.5 in Te Aro or wherever it is elsewhere in the centre city. But I won't go beyond because then I have to engage with that COC thing. And it may well be, for example, that actually to avoid that kind of outcome, there needs to be a bit more of a modulating or a shaving off of the hard edge of the COC at that point. And that's something that the council officers can go away and look at if that's a concern.
Can you just elaborate what you mean by
Well, for example, in the examples that we worked through yesterday, if you built, I think it was Paddington, if you went up to 3 floors over the height limit, height threshold, then you had to provide, was it 20 points?
20, yeah.
20 points. And so there was we described 3 ways you could get to 20 points. It may well be that actually it should be a little more graduated than that. You know, the first floor beyond the height threshold is 5 points, and 3 floors beyond it is 10 points. So that, you know, it's not necessarily a linear. It's not necessarily a linear thing. It's the sort of thing where actually we do want to encourage height, and therefore the amount that you have to provide gets less the higher you go. There are different ways of, I suppose, of skinning the cat to make sure that that a perverse incentive is not created.
Now, I will revisit the Infinity case, but was there determined to be a causal link between the development that was being consented and the need for more affordable housing in that case?
No. So in that case, it was simply about the plan change.
Right.
It wasn't about a particular development.
Right.
And the court expressly reasoned that providing for a contribution is a lawful approach under the RMA. It fits within the functions of a district council to address affordability. And a lot of that was because of the way the case was argued. The lawyers for Infinity were arguing that the RMA does not entitle a district council to effectively interfere in a market. And they relied on all the what were then recent provisions about not a trade competition and things like that to argue that. And the court said, no, this is absolutely within the function of a district council. It is a resource management issue. Dealing with the social consequences of housing problems is a resource management issue that district councils can address in their district plan. But the court then expressly left for later on that through the Section 32 process, the council will have to establish the causal link between what the provisions it is providing and the social issue it is trying to address.
So just repeat that. So they said that the Section 32 has to justify the causal link between the contributions that are being sought from development or whatever.
Yes, and the resource management issue that it's trying to address. And I think I would be able to, should be able to actually read you out that. I'll have to find the submissions in which I've cited that recently, but that will only take me about 30 seconds. So in paragraph 41 of the Infinity case, the court said, it goes without saying that there must be a link between the effects of the use or development of the land and the objectives, policies and methods that are established to achieve integrated management. Moreover, that the purpose must give effect to the Act. So the court was not saying that the provisions in question were appropriate in Section 32 terms. It was just saying that at the preliminary level on which the case was argued, which was effectively the developer tried to strike it out as simply being not within the scope of the RMA, can't do this. The court said, no, it is something that in principle you can do, but I haven't yet been asked to look at Section 32, basically. And that's why I say that the domain here that we are arguing about, and that the submitters ought to be concerned about and ought to be directing their attention to, is the Section 32.
When I think about that, to be able to develop a site in that infinity case and having that link to providing affordable housing as a relief or as a contribution, then the development is linked to that because it's the same thing. You know, we want to build houses, and some of those houses will be built as affordable houses. You've been actually, Ms. Stevens has been saying before, with regards to the proxy of height, you had actually brought up the wind. And I'm not quite sure if I would agree with that, because the wind causes an issue. Or no, the height causes an issue with the wind. There's quite a direct link between the two. Whereas the link that we try to establish with the height of the COC is something that at least I can't quite see yet. And this is where I'm, the infinity case, that there is all, with the wind, with the infinity case, I can all see where the link is between them and how the RMA actually kicks into that. I can't see that link between the height of the COC and what is asked to provide through the COC.
I'll come to wind. The link, well, at least the way I conceptualize it, in terms of the effects that the plan is trying to address, are the effects of intensification, bringing larger numbers of people to live in a smaller area than we have today. And there's potential lack of public open space available because of the way that we've planned our city to date. There's the objectives and policies about reducing carbon emissions, both through transport and it's like building materials, which is what Dr. Zamani was saying yesterday about the example for the Johnsonville library of having it built in, was it laminated timber, which has a significantly lower carbon footprint, which will have broader effects than simply one building. And that's the difference, obviously, between this and wind, is that with wind, you're talking about what are the effects of this one building, how do we mitigate those? This is how do we enable people to build tall, large buildings to bring a bunch of people together without contributing the small part that that building will contribute to a much bigger problem if everybody does the same thing without these issues being managed. And that's why it's a city outcome contribution. We're not expecting one developer to solve the thing for the whole city. Every developer basically has to do their bit to make sure that there is not a significant adverse effect to which they contribute in a cumulative way. And so that fits within the definition of effective resource management, which includes a cumulative effect. It also is how I would link the issue to each individual building. One building is not going to make a big problem, but 50 buildings in close proximity may well have those same problems. In the NPSUD, in my submission, I say it in the legal submissions, but it's in my submission. I think it's a significant factor. It has made it more appropriate than previously to take an approach like this, because of what it asks councils to think about in terms of promoting wider typologies, wider building forms, providing for people to have to recognise that while some people have a change in their amenity, that's not necessarily a bad thing. Other people will prefer it. So the NPSUD is a significant plank in the argument, I suppose, in terms of creating the links.
Just on the cumulative effects, I think it's the evidence of Stuart Niven, although he didn't use these words, but if you might have 50 buildings, say all using very carbon embedded materials, but you had just one tall building in that. Surely the effects of having 50 or 49 complying height buildings is greater than just the one building's exceedance of the height limit.
So I think that's an important point about height as a proxy. And I suppose links to the wind question, but is also a flaw that we have to design for in the system. And while I'm thinking about it, I suppose it's not just about the cumulative effects. Section 32 also asks you to think about things in terms of the risk of not acting. And that is, in my submission, a really important way to think about this. What is the downside to potentially not doing this? And it could be in terms of what Mr. Niven said. In my legal submission, I said that height and the issue that we're talking about, there's not a direct, complete link. And I say that because if it was a direct link, actually we would require a COC for any building. And that's effectively, I think, what Mr. Niven is saying, that the risk with the system that has been designed with a height threshold is that you might create a de facto height limit, but you still have negative outcomes from those that are under height. And I entirely agree with that. I entirely accept that. But at the same time, we have to design a system. This is another way of thinking about plan making, where you work out what you can achieve in the plan and you work out what has to be kicked for touch, what has to be left for later consent applications. And that's partly based on information, the information you've got available now versus the information that you can realistically have available for a consent application. But you've also got to decide what is appropriate to say right now at the plan making stage. This is fine. People should be able to do this as a permitted activity. We don't need to consider this any further. And the things that we need to be able to consider further, which you provide for a higher activity status, and you make them, you make rules about what they will have to address and what information they'll have to provide. And so what we have come up with, just as we do for wind and just as we do for lots of other things, is to come up with a proxy, a level at which we think now have to consider the issue at a later stage. Now for wind, that's 18.6 metres in the current operative plan. I mistakenly thought up until a few weeks ago that that was because at 18.6 metres something happened with the wind. The wind got worse, or there was just it's got nothing to do with wind. It was a level at which plan makers decided if you're going to go above 4 stories, we need a higher level of detail. We need to think about this in more detail. If you're under that, the risk of, it's almost an economic calculus. Below 4 stories, the risk that there's a dramatic effect on wind is less. We're not going to require those people doing less than 4 stories to not have to pay for a positive wind assessment. Now, in the wind, I don't know how much a qualitative wind assessment costs, but obviously that wasn't going to create a de facto height limit of 18.6 metres because the cost isn't so much that it disincentivises people to do it. And that's the risk that we have, and the council accepts that we have with the COC, is that if the costs of doing it are too much in comparison to the benefit that developers will get, well, then they just won't do it. But we think if developers are able to build 10, 15, 20 stories more than the de facto height limit, than the height threshold, then there is enough profit, enough yield for them in that, that they can also contribute to alleviating the potential outcomes that we're worried about. It's much harder to do that for developers who are deciding to build a 9-story building because that's what they think because that's what they want to build. They're not having as bad an adverse effect potentially, but also it's harder to work with the profitability and the yield of what it is that they're trying to create. But every rule that we can create is going to be either under or over inclusive, depending on the circumstances. It's going to inadvertently sometimes capture things that it didn't intend to, and it's going to sometimes let things through that it really ought to have tried to capture. And that's just the balance that we have to strike. It may well be that you agree with the idea of a threshold, but you think it should apply lower, or you think it should apply higher. There are lots of different ways of thinking about this. I've sort of just talked in a stream of consciousness.
Just making us think.
I had 5 points I wanted to make, and I've actually made them all, but not necessarily in the order I was intending to make them. I've ended up the same, almost with a stream of consciousness. But I mean, please do ask questions if you have them.
Yes, I'm very familiar and comfortable with the idea of financial contributions, infrastructure reserves, and that's, if you like, dealing with an increase in use on the city's resources. And I just struggle with this one because it just seems it's not as familiar, obviously, but also not so direct. It's a direct demand on resources. It's an obvious one, and people are well used to it, so they're comfortable with that. And I just wondered whether you looked at a structure more similar to that than what you've proposed.
I know that the council did with assisted housing, so I feel like it might be better if Mr. Horton was here to discuss it, but Ms. Stevens mentioned that this is 3 years in the making. And it is 3 years in the making, just not necessarily in entirely this form because things have developed and changed. And I might not have this entirely correctly, but assisted housing as its own chapter was mentioned yesterday. Mr. Wharton was the chapter lead. He drafted the assisted housing chapter. And I think effectively at the time of deciding to notify the plan, the council itself decided not to notify that particular chapter and asked that it be brought into the COC instead. That's effectively what happened.
Yeah, that's great. I think in terms of the chapter itself and requiring a proportion of development to be assisted housing through the chapter means of doing so, and within certain zones, as Mr. Warden had proposed, the council instead sought to look at other options like rating system instead. And I think as part of other non-district plan frameworks or long-term plan, that type of thing. But they were very keen to, and this is reported in the meeting minutes, still ensure, because we made a point to clarify once assisted housing had been taken out, that assisted housing stay within the city outcomes contribution, and they were very keen for it to stay in. I certainly know what you mean in terms of, there's a use, as plan makers used to the way of doing things in terms of the financial contribution. I guess I would also say that this is possibly a bit more of use the word innovative, but a different way of doing things, and I certainly appreciate that comes with that change the way of thinking of how we can create it. But I think as well, I mean, something like a public space, which I know that council can provide for, or might be a contribution, there's still those pressures from allowing for a large development that can create a bigger number of units, a lot more residential accommodation, that puts pressure on the other sides of infrastructure. So I guess it's another way of providing for that contribution that might be done, financially, is actually that provision itself of that actual public space. So it is a different way of looking at things, but I'm still trying to achieve the same outcome in terms of giving back to the city from placing, I guess, more pressure in that way as well.
But to answer your question, the financial contribution model was definitely considered for the assisted housing chapter. What I don't know is whether it was also more widely considered as an option for the COC approach, centres. And as I say, the council sort of moved away from that at the last minute.
Just something in terms of the correlation between the height and the outcome sought. Ms. Hayes probably experienced the same with me, because we were dealing with the same resource concerns at the time, myself as the urban designer, Ms. Hayes as the basically consenting officer. And there were two cases that we considered provision of a park, basically that wasn't public and council has to buy it from the developer. But the fact that the developer agreed to sell the land to us for a park was considered as part of the design excellence, and we gave them the design excellence. And the other probably two cases that we had to agree that an internal laneway would be, they basically trade off for extra number of floors. And of course, none of selling a piece of land to council has no correlation to design excellence. But because the design excellence policy is so vague that we could get away with anything, like as well as the developer like paint the building blue and we'll say, yeah, that's design excellence, and therefore there is a correlation. And what I find it quite interesting is that because we clarified those outcomes, now there is that concern that there is no correlation between height and outcome sought, while previously, while we didn't have that clarity, then it was basically the free reign of whatever happens. We can either decline the application on the basis that myself as the urban designer doesn't like a version of design excellence, or would say, oh, actually I quite like to have a park in this location and therefore I would support this to be a design excellence. And we tried to kind of, I think Mr. Whittington tried to add to kind of the way that I reframe it is that the height I equal that the density, and the density requires number of public amenities to be an attractive option, and the outcome that we are seeking is similar to the design excellence, when in certain contexts we thought that provision of the public space will be way better than painting the top of the building in a different color and calling it excellence in design. So that's probably the clarification with the current, the operative context that we're dealing with and what we're proposing.
And to follow on from that, there was a question yesterday about why not massing as a trigger, to which my answer is that height is a proxy for the density, which leads to the potential adverse effects. Massing would also be a proxy, an available proxy, but it's not as suitable as height because it's really difficult to create a massing rule a massing threshold without inadvertently affecting how people will design the mass of their building. Height's a much more simple, straightforward trigger than massing could ever be. Would it be a percentage of the site coverage? Would it be a mixture of site coverage plus a certain height, bulk? You know, people might start doing little cutouts of their building to avoid triggering the massing standard, which then requires COC. So I don't know the extent to which that was seriously thought about, because as you know, the reality for the central city area is that we had a height limit, and now that's moving to an unlimited height limit, and we're keeping the height as a threshold. But I can see it would be opening a can of worms to try to use massing as a trigger. Height is a much more simple and submission appropriate one. As one, I suppose, massing and height are two factors that lead to a product of density, and we're using one of those factors as the proxy for the adverse effects of density that we're trying to control for.
I think I signalled a few of my problems with this all yesterday. One is, as Commissioner Burge has outlined, the causal link in between height and the mechanism itself. The second one is that, and I think Stevens has clarified that a little bit more today, is that replacing a design excellence mechanism with something else which doesn't actually relate to the design of the building itself is problematical. The third problem that I have with it is that it relates to potentially things which developers should possibly be doing anyway in terms of Green Star accreditation, embodying carbon, those sorts of things. I accept what you're saying about the public open space requirements in terms of intensification, and these sorts of things need to be looked at. Similar vein, I sort of get the idea of laneway provision and so forth, because you're actually enhancing urban outcomes. But the problem is it's all based on a trigger of height. And an option that could have been looked at, and I'm sure probably looked at in relation to affordable or assisted housing, was actually having a requirement of, regardless of height, you need to consider this in terms of the provision of getting assisted housing to create a well-functioning urban environment. So I accept that there's all sorts of good outcomes and they need to be plan enabled. I'm quite still concerned about the workability of the mechanism and whether that will be a complete disincentive to actually achieve anything over the height thresholds. And we'll hear from developers next week. There's some big player developers that we're dealing with next week who number crunch everything in terms of, and we'll look at certain risk factors. The way I see it is the biggest risk factor that you've outlined is they're going to be threatened with public notification. And Brian, my problem with public notification in this circumstance is, what are you going to be able to gain out of public notification? What submissions are you going to receive which relate to an overheight building or an overheight threshold building that is going to be able to assist you in terms of achieving the outcomes that you want under the city outcomes contribution? So there's a real workability thing here. It is, you talk about innovative approaches. This in relation to the range of matters that are being looked at in the city outcomes contribution is much more than assisted housing or affordable housing. It's other certain things as well. And for it to be workable, it needs to be clear and of benefit to the developer who is looking at a particular site. With the central city height limits as they are, there's been a substantial uplift in terms of the height thresholds anyway from the ODP. we're hearing from some developers and some of the evidence that I've read to date. And Mr. Stewart, I think, says that the sweet spot in Wellington City in terms of building costs and so forth is 10 to 12. And they're likely to be within the ambit of what is permitted. So I think, I'd be going to be really interested in your right of reply in terms of working through some of these quite difficult concepts that you're trying to tag onto something which is over height or under height. So, this is my current thinking. We haven't discussed it at any length with anybody else, but the way that it is set up at the moment is problematical, and I see it as being problematical in that it does try to replace a design excellence, which is all about the design of the building, and particularly the design of the higher bits of the building, with something which is trying to achieve quite different outcomes. Be interested in your comments on my train of thought here.
No, look, it's good to know where you're thinking. The first comment I might just ask one of the planners to comment on is replacement of design excellence, because I'm not sure it replaces design excellence. So I think the linking of design excellence with this proposal was more to demonstrate that the concept of providing for an additional thing for developers to think about or provide if they're going over a height level is actually reasonably orthodox when put in those terms, because that's what we already have for design excellence. But I mean,
but design excellence related to the height of the building, basically saying if you're going to be exceeding height limits, the bigger you build, the better the building has to be from an urban design perspective.
yeah, I don't see. I still don't see that the categories of amenity that the COC is trying to ask developers to consider providing is unrelated to height. It might not be as closely related to height as design excellence is in the way that that is approached, but laneways will be of benefit to those who live in close quarters, so that they can go downstairs or next door into the laneway to one of the cafes or the commercial shops, which otherwise may just be residential.
But don't, in that respect, don't you also have to look at the size of the site that you're looking at as well? Not necessarily the height of it, but you're looking at a site in TRA which had a 2 or 3 story building on it for years and years and years. You're going to bowl it and put a 10 or 12 story building on that. So in terms of laneways, are very site specific.
Very site specific.
And will generally depend upon good accessibility from one point you want to get to the point that you are. So I accept in certain circumstances it will be desirable citywide outcome to look at that. So that's one of those aspects, but then you've got all the other aspects as well. Your only lever is public notification of if you don't actually do various other things. And another thing with the mechanism which I had reservations and I asked questions about yesterday was the whole scoring approach. Pretty comical. And how do you know whether you're going to get 10 points when that's the range? It's the extent, and sure you can put design guidance on it, but if you're a planner or a lawyer and you're looking to advise a development client, you want to know with some certainty about whether or not you're going to get this thing across the line.
I think that's right, and I think that's what we talked about earlier. I was refining that, and I agree we do need to certainty. Just one thing on the design excellence. So the way that was applied is that you could only take into account design excellence as it related to the townscape, and that was hidden in the policy explanation. So the problem with that is a lot of the time the ground level stuff couldn't actually be taken into account unless somehow you could argue that that was part of the townscape. So for example, Frederick Street, where we have approved a pocket park, that's because it's got wider visibility than just the building. And I think that is kind of a downfall of the design excellence, is that often these public benefits weren't taken into account where they potentially could have been, and applicants would argue we had these good design outcomes, but because it's not visible, it's not in the townscape, they didn't come into it.
I certainly wasn't suggesting that design excellence was
Perfect example.
I think
way
the other
of
thing-
dealing with this matter.
Yeah.
But what you're seeking is something which is trying to achieve different outcomes.
I guess
than the
I'd just
overall
add one thing before Anna steals the mic.
So look, I might be being devil's advocate here because we're going to be hearing all about this next week. I'm absolutely sure we are, based on the evidence that we've got.
I think Anna and these guys will go into points, but just to say, I would think that the design excellence aspect of it should come into the first part of the rule. So how we've separated it out into being the effects of the building design. That's where you would consider those effects. And then the city outcomes contribution, quite rightly, I think has been separated out. I think that's still get to assess those, how the building looks through that.
Or an alternative is you bolster your policy framework in terms of those outcomes itself. Is another option that which is possibly on the table or not on the table?
I mean,
The Queenstown approach. I'm sort of familiar with Infinity, but that was really relating to affordable housing there and the fact that nobody was building it because they couldn't get a return.
apologies.
No, you know,
Just a couple of points.
it's a little bit of a to
Can I-
and fro section here.
So, I mean, on that, that's, I think, what is, to a large extent, driving this from the council's point of view, because in Queenstown, the market wasn't delivering the affordable housing that was necessary. There's a concern that absent something like COC, the market won't deliver some of the things that we need it to deliver to have the intensification that the NPS requires and that the plan is now going to provide for. So that's what is trying to be achieved. That's why the issue in Infinity was you're interfering in the market. You're not just zoning the land and letting the market get on with it. You're telling us what we need to build and how much we need to charge for it. That was the concern. And the High Court said, you can do that as long as you establish the evidence base for it. And so that's, we accept, we've got to satisfy you that this is the most appropriate way to try to achieve the objectives that the plan provides for. And if we don't satisfy you with that, then it won't get over the line. But that's really what it's all about.
It's a little hard to predict what the developer response will be to this as well, because some of these outcomes you're going to want to achieve whether or not it's over the height threshold or not. You're going to want carbon sunk buildings. You're going to want a Green Star rating, energy efficiency. They're all desirable things to have. But your only trigger to actually incentivize those is to put somebody through a process of having to go through this city outcomes contribution and for something over height when, and I can't speak for any developers, and it'll be interesting to see their views on this as well next week. But anything which has a sniff of public notification for a lot of developers is saying, well, it might be an easier option, like go elsewhere. Don't know that that's always the case, but.
Sorry, but by that end, the easier option is to not have public notification, which is to provide the city outcome contribution, which, as you rightly say, they should be doing anyway. So I don't see that it's that much of an extra task. I mean, if it should be for all buildings, maybe we should be lowering those thresholds.
If I can say,
Possibly, and they maybe specifically said observation about it was to be publicly notified because these weren't provided. What is that actually going to give a decision maker over and above.
If I can just make a few points, because
I was going to say, I think the answer to that is it will be about the city outcome contribution. I agree that we're not necessarily going to get submissions explaining why the building should be cut down in size. Maybe we will, but the point will be we're wanting to find out from the public, should we be allowing a building to be this tall if it's not going to also contribute to the other effects that the plan is concerned about?
I agree. I just want to add a couple points if I may. So, yeah, I mean, I agree in terms of public notification. Quite simply, the outcome is in the word public, and also I think generally these outcomes are more than just the individual. They are public outcomes, and I guess you look at, there are essentially maybe 4 outcomes or 4 options with notification. First is to not make any notification. You just hope that the developer does it, and then there's no notification effect if they don't. But then you go kick to, say, limited, which is what can happen to a development that is within height but is not meeting a certain number of standards, as it is in the city centre, as the PDP is notified. But it's more than just limited, it's more than just adjacent effects, it's at a citywide contribution level, and that is why it's public, because I personally would like to know if a developer does a tall building and doesn't provide that outcome, I would like to know what the public want to say about that in terms of, are they concerned about the effects and something coming back from that. I mean, and then the last option is stay silent in section 95, but that doesn't provide, I think, the certainty to both the consent planner and also the developer. And I do know what you're saying and the whole thing around certainty, but those things that we need to provide, well, to say developers should be providing anyway, like Green Star and public space that you mentioned. I think if anything, actually, based on the feedback on design excellence, we are providing more certainty around what we want to see, and table 3, which provides commentary on that, saying this is the notification setting, and also this is what we'd expect in terms of outcomes. These are possible ways that you can do it, and here's the point system. So if anything, I think it is providing more certainty in that regard. And, in an ideal world, development would provide these outcomes regardless of a height threshold in terms of, good building outcomes. But we've provided clarity that beyond this level, we do expect it, and this is how the point system works. The other thing is, we've always kind of come from, this plan review from a perspective of, we want good design outcomes in terms of that design excellence side of things and density done well generally. And we're not saying under this level, we're not worried about these outcomes, or we don't worry about design. We certainly do. But we've always seen density done well. I've always seen density done well as the base level, and then beyond that, these are the extra outcomes. And I would just say as well, I do appreciate that there's possibly some confusion from that, just the basis of design excellence. But from square one, it was looking at what are the feedback on this policy, and even taking one step back. I have the central area operative provisions in front of me. Firstly, in terms of national planning standards, what's relevant still, what's in other topics. Then the rules, standards and policies that I have, what do I want to take forward in terms of what is still relevant. And with the concept of design excellence, I think that was the basis, but it certainly has evolved from then. And I'm not hanging the hat on design excellence, but I think it has merit in terms of it's an operative provision, it's an operative control, its operative hook is height. And generally there's some comfort there with developers in terms of the origins of design excellence. But from looking at it and what's not working, we've tried to provide that clarity in table 3 in particular, and go from there in terms of the outcome that we've provided. And I think with things like assisted housing, as you noted, we did try and get that into the plan. It fell short at the last hurdle, but that's something that we did try and do, irrespective of height. We tried to get that into the plan. There wasn't the appetite at the time, but certainly we tried to do that irrespective of city outcome contribution. And then I think Dr. Don was quite interesting in terms of weighing into the certainty argument yesterday. I would note, through table 3 and the detail we've provided on city outcome contribution, we've tried to provide more certainty, but I think there are some things that just naturally happen at the resource consent pre-app state process, that's conversation with the designer or with the resource consent planner in terms of that point side of things. But certainly through the right of reply, we can try and provide more clarity, but I think some things naturally do fall to that conversation at the resource consent stage, and I might just, Dr. Zamani has further things to say on that, but that was just my last point really, is that we will try and provide as much clarity as possible. But some things do get discuss at that stage in terms of, you know, the final more granular details of things.
I'll be devil's advocate to Commissioner Dacia's devil's advocate, because when I'm looking at the matters, the outcomes, you could argue for most of them, that they are design elements. You know, most of them would be design issues beyond the building itself necessarily. The Green Star, etc. They're all design issues. Public space and amenity can be a design issue if it's on site. Restoration of a heritage building, for instance, if it's on site or adjoining. There are quite a few things here that you could tab as design excellent matters. So I can see that. I still have a problem with just relating it to height, because sometimes you might have a massive, huge building that's below the height threshold, but creates a whole heap of effects in terms of demand on public spaces and things like that. That's not caught by this because it's not a GFA threshold or something like that. I'll just stop there for a second.
Right, I don't mean to interrupt you at all. I was just noting that, you know, that's originally kind of way back when we were thinking about it. As I mentioned yesterday, I'm sure Dr. Zamani can talk further about, but we entertained this idea of a comprehensive development. And originally in the draft district plan, there were hooks based on GFA. So I think it was 2,000 square metres in the city centre. And we derived these numbers by looking at kind of the typical lot sizes and trying to get to a kind of perfect round number. And so then it kind of fell in terms of the centres, the threshold for GFA kind of fell down as the centre got smaller. But I think there were some difficulties around, you know, what is the final definition of comprehensive development? What is the perfect number in terms of that GFA more broadly? But certainly also the appetite in terms of how we see number of lot sizes and the size of these lots within the city centre. And that's part of that is whether there's an appetite at a large scale. And, you know, Paddington is probably a good example of that, where in terms of size, Paddington and a GFA limit would have been a good example of comprehensive development had that been a COC hook. But whether there's an appetite to kind of, using the right word, but agglomerate all these sites, I think it's the sites themselves, and that's why it's height as well, is just whether there's an appetite for a developer to buy lots of sites to do it on a GFA basis as well. But I will pass on.
Sorry, you could get a lot more quality outcomes from a big comprehensive development like the Paddington site than you can of individual smaller ones, although the design outcome might be quite different. But you could, you know, in terms of on-site public amenity, for instance, laneways, if you could incentivize that to happen through a GFA bonus system, which has been done and used before, I would have thought that would have been a complementary part of this policy process.
Yeah, and it certainly was originally in terms of the draft plan, and actually in terms of terminology, the definition of comprehensive development is technically a hook under the notified plan, but the difference there being that from the draft to the proposed, we removed the GFA limit. I think from a workability side of things, it was certainly something that, as topic lead, I was keen to have in there, because that was, we were trying to encourage, you know, this kind of revitalising larger sites was something we were intending to try and achieve through the draft plan. But took out the GFA limits based on the submissions we received. But certainly that was a part of the original intent. Is it wasn't just height, it was a combination of ways that you could have hooks. But in the end we landed just on height. But it was certainly something we did entertain at the draft plan stage, and that's in the draft provisions through the comprehensive development rule. And I guess it was a bit of a system in terms of incentivising it through, I think from memory, through the notification settings, that it was in terms of how it be achieved. And that was something I was very keen on in the early days of this. But.
So I think I would like to kind of address 3 points. One is, the first point is just a question that you raised, and my kind of rationale. I was still kind of on the fence around the issue of the GFA, that should be a trigger, or the number of units. Like I think we entertained the idea of number of units will be another threshold, which we were kind of uncomfortable, because that may incentivize provision of more housing based on MPSUD, and that's why we removed that. But in terms of the GFA, The reason that I'm more comfortable not having it is that when you have a small site, or when you actually have a small non-comprehensive development and you want to go above the height, you're trying to maximize your profit or yield as much as possible. While when you have a bigger site, you probably have paid a higher value for the land, and therefore there is the issue of basically the development economics in terms of the pressure that we put on the resources in terms of resource management on a smaller site is higher rather than on a bigger sites if you spread that density within the height limits. So if you're within the height limit, but you have a very large development, based on an analysis, our infrastructure or public amenities should and would be able to respond to your development. While if you go above that high limits, or high threshold that we kind of assess as the level that we require better public amenities or better outcomes, I think that was the reason that we dropped the GFL. At least personally, that's why I feel it makes more sense when you put extra pressure on the resources. That's where we require you to provide the benefits. I do agree with Commissioner Daesh that it should be basically every single development should be Green Star and accessible and do all those good things. Unfortunately, the planning framework doesn't provide for that, or that hasn't provided for that, and that's why we're trying to have that step change. I mean, that kind of relates to back to Commissioner Lutz's question yesterday, that why I'm satisfied with one by one outlook space, because I don't have any better option. So this is a very similar kind of scenario that we will try to kind of shift the planning kind of discourse in a way that we address some of those citywide public benefits. That was the first one. The second point, when I read the submissions around feasibility and the cost, I haven't seen one single evidence that it says it makes development unfeasible. Everyone argues, specifically certain developers argue that it makes it harder, and I don't disagree with that. Of course, when you shift from one context to another context, things won't be easy. There will be a shift in the market. But if you look at the concept of double glazing, when that was required by the building code, lots of developers complained, and that's the same scenario. If we're requiring for extra height to do greener story, of course that will be a challenge in the financial feasibility of certain development. But based on the Green Building Council, the Green Star 4.5 is 3% extra onto the construction cost. That's intangible to the profit that you make on these larger developments. And the other interesting thing is that those larger developers that they do certain things don't have a problem with city outcome contribution. Actually, they're using it now, even though we told them not to, because it's subject to conferencing and these discussions. But there is a huge appetite by certain developers in Wellington to use city outcome contribution because they can use it to get certain points in order to give them the assurance that they can go over the height. And that's my third point in terms of the assurance. I find it fascinating that people say this is unclear, considering that a number of them are using it to prove that they actually go above the height limits. And I do agree that, for instance, the issue of the public space and the spectrum of points that you can get is unclear. And we had a discussion that we can provide clarity in the table, not even in a separate guide, but within the table, that if you meet this criteria, you would get 10 points. Let's say you meet the SIPTED, lighting, accessibility, activation, and 24/7 public access, which is like the ultimate public laneway, you get 10 points. And when you start dropping this criteria, your points will be dropped accordingly. So provision of these clarities is relatively, I think, easier. We can provide the right of reply. But I found it difficult to find out why it's unclear as a whole, or in principle, why city outcome contribution is unclear.
Can I just, picking up on your point here, Dr. Zamani. Was there an economic analysis done of this as an incentive tool? Because it's been called an incentive. Do you know, in that 3 years of development, whether it was tested in any way that it would actually be an attractive thing for developers to do economically, benefits and cost analysis?
We haven't put it through economic testing. It would be certainly fruitful to get advice on that. Certainly, I can see the benefit of that. So I haven't asked Dr. Lees to speak to that, just because that deviates from his retail market assessment.
Because we do have,
But there is stuff. I think there is definitely things we can use around assisted housing already, based on work that Dr. Wharton got done, that we can certainly use. I don't know if Dr. Zamani might be aware of other
I
things.
thought about that, considering that I come from private practice. It's like used to be my bread and butter. First of all, it never freaked me out in terms of I will be the first one within the offices that would raise the flag that this is not financially feasible. The reason that it's very difficult to do modeling on the financial feasibility of the outcome is because it's so context-based and site-based that, for instance, if you increase the height of the building by 6 floors, and let's say we have one building, 6 floors, that's extra 60 units. And if you provide 10% accessible units, which let's say would add 3% to 5% to your construction costs, Greener Star again 3 to 4% extra construction costs, depending on who is the developer, what's the construction methods, when they bought the land, because a lot of them they have the land, yeah, exactly. So whether that would affect their financial feasibility because of provision of number of outcomes is very unclear. If we had, again, I do not trust the models that done by the economists on the land development because it's such a site-based and context-based kind of analysis. But what can be done is that what is the general cost impact of these outcomes? Green Star is being done many times. And what is the impact of doing a normal building, same building, one is Green Star 5 and one is not Green Star, and that's been done, and that's between 2% to 5% depending on site orientation of the buildings, etc., etc. So that's quite doable. Life mark and accessibility is doable. Carbon footprint, for instance, if a building goes with mass timber, it is possible to understand what is the impact of doing that. With reuse, adaptable reuse of heritage building, that's very difficult because we don't know what kind of heritage building we're dealing with. Provision of laneway, you can argue that in many cases, actually, that may not have any financial impact because a lot of these larger development that can do a laneway will do a laneway. It's just the question of where they put it and whether they would provide lighting and CCTV cameras, etc.
I just noted as well, just because it came to mind, the Sense Partners report, whilst it didn't talk to city outcomes contribution, it did talk to, I think at length, the relaxing of height limits. So there's that detail that is in there in the Sense Partners report, and I think also in Dr. Lee's evidence and supplementary around that side of things in terms of moving towards removing height limits, which I think is useful for the panel just to direct you to.
And just one thought I had with there, that I could see it possibly working in the central city where you can generate a lot high office rentals from the high up you go, or maybe even some apartment type complexes, but may not be feasible in Johnsonville or Kilburnie just because they don't, the context, as you say, wouldn't really add the value you need to go through this process. But that's just a thought.
We had debates around even the applicability of the city housing contribution to the high density residential zone and the local centres. I understand that probably the appetite or attraction of city housing contribution in those areas probably will be way less. However, there is that mechanism. If a developer with a large enough site decides to do that with provision of quite doable outcomes, they can go higher to some extent. But my professional opinion is that
it wouldn't be very attractive from the first place in those areas because the sites are smaller, the scale of development is smaller, and therefore it wouldn't be, the uptake wouldn't be even that high. But it's there if it's needed. And I feel like, especially for metropolitan centers, it will future-proof them in terms of, for instance, provision of accessible units or lower carbon footprint in the building or provision of public spaces. A lot of our kind of metropolitan centers are centers. They have close, larger parks around them, but within them, they don't have any green space. And I think that can be a good provision to provide smaller kind of public green spaces around larger developments, like it's tried.
And I just further that if I can, I think particularly thinking around, because we talked at length, you know, what zones are in or out, so to speak, in terms of, you know, application around the city outcome contribution. And I know quite an important point there is that threshold of 25% plus, and that really speaks to the fact that generally the PDP allows a lot more density, but when you speak to that 25% or more as, you know, 3 stories plus beyond the maximum height limit in Heald. So I think it is that real change where you get a development that is much higher in density and then having something provided back, like you said, in terms of more public space or assisted housing in those areas as well. So that's just the nuance a little bit in terms of the city centre versus those areas as well.
Can I just ask, the mic on, in the examples of design excellent mechanisms provided in the report, Melbourne, Darebin, Willoughby City, Liverpool, it's this other one, Northwest Arkansas. Do they use point systems? Is it how common are you using point systems in other regimes?
Just have to double check that. I think it's a bit of a variety in terms of the application, and I think from memory Liverpool was something similar in terms of just the way it is embedded in the plan was something similar to that design excellence of policy and method, I think, from memory. And then something like a Devon from memory was kind of a package deal as part of it. I can't remember around point system, so to speak. It might be more through the resource consent process, or I know of, that the common theme, particularly though, the Melbourne examples, was that they had a set of outcomes they were trying to achieve. So it is that same kind of antithesis of there are outcomes that the city wants to achieve to provide benefits from the development. And they might have their slight nuances in terms of, you know, developers buying into it versus, you know, how it's put into the plan. But that's certainly, from in terms of the origins of city outcome, it was first and foremost what feedback is received in design excellence, what do we want to see for the strategic direction that was set in the plan, also NPSUD, and then, you know, what's happening around on an international and national scale, and then also what are the hooks in the plan as well. So a lot of that went into it, but there might be different ways it's worked, but certainly there is that commonality in terms of the outcomes trying to seek in terms of public goods from development.
But not, it's not common to, or
I'd have to double check that,
common
but
to use point system.
It might be quite possible that some of them have done it. I would just have to double check that for certainty to be able to speak to that, but it is quite possible that a couple of examples have used points. I can check that.
There is also a bit of a risk in using overseas examples, as you will appreciate. Different legislative environment, certainly, certainly in the UK, number of years since I worked there, but there's this thing called planning gain out there. When you have an individual development, always go to, you know, if it's on a large scale, has large potential impacts, you look to receive planning gain. And they could generally deal with things like offsite intersection upgrades was always one. Refurbishment of the heritage building, which was in public ownership, but there wasn't enough cash to deal with. So they are the sorts of things. I recognise what you're saying about contributions and the outcomes which they're trying to achieve, just with possibly a word of caution about transferring from another environment.
Appreciate that, and I think and thank you for raising that, because I just wanted to provide that clarity, that it is always about the context of Wellington first and foremost, beyond trying to transfer something. But I appreciate what you're saying, and about what we're trying to achieve in Wellington. And I think, you know, the examples where the minimum unit size, for example, is where we've looked at Auckland, looked at a national example in terms of what has been done around the country on that, and transfer. Well, first we looked at what's appropriate for Wellington, but looked at national examples first and foremost. But I appreciate what you're saying.
Question, just with regards to examples that you've given for the COC in your paragraph 149, and that's just really to clarify that example. It's 1% of the net floor area, and we have had submitters who say that's not even touching anything. And then you are having the example where you say, when we have 18 new apartments, that would mean that 8 of those must be, if they go for assisted housing, 8 of those would be assisted housing. Now, I think the math there is not quite right, because it would be 0.8 in my book, which is a very different number to 8 out of 18. But it is also maybe not really quite comparable, because out of the 80 apartments, and you had that in your next paragraph 150, that you're assuming all 80 are the same. And of course, with what we're trying to achieve is housing and typology differences. So all 80 will certainly not be all the same. And then it comes down to how big those units are, and then the numbers, you know, under the total look very, very different to the example that you have given us.
I appreciate it. And possibly I can provide a better example. I appreciate what you're saying around this, but also I think, and you know, poor choice of wording around the same size. It was just probably more at a high level example rather than getting into the typology.
It's just in terms of thinking about the submitters who actually say the 1% doesn't really cut it, because at the end of the day, what is that? It's, you know, when you have just the high level thing of 80 units, it's 0.8 of a unit. It, you know, it doesn't even make one unit.
Probably it would be best place to just get Mr. Wharton's advice in the response, just because that, you know, as the topic lead on that, and I don't want to claim to be an expert in assisted housing, but I hear what you're saying in terms of probably I can clarify and do better on those paragraphs in terms of what I put there, and possibly work in terms of finding a better example.
And just, you know, show how as a response to those submitters who said it's not enough. Yeah, how you think it is enough.
I can provide further commentary and work with Mr. Wharton on that one.
Thank you.
Just a question around the notification thing. So this might just be clarification. I just don't understand. The COC is a RDA process. It wouldn't trigger into discretionary or non-compliant by itself. Correct.
That is correct. The only situation where it is discretionary, which is, and I hope I'm correct, is where it was finally landed with the rule framework, is that because in the city centre zone for unlimited building, for development that goes below the minimum building height, we've set a stronger direction there around that is discretionary, and that's irrespective of COC.
Right.
But the way that I landed in my supplementary around working that is that it would be, and I'm correct in saying this, it would be discretionary just because of the approach taken to development under that minimum building height. But that's possibly something that I can give further thought around, just that notification
Right.
activity status.
Now, what I'm thinking about, if it would go publicly notified as a restricted discretionary activity, that could be problematic because the public don't really understand that necessarily, and they'll submit on anything and everything, basically, and not understand that, no, actually, you can only look at these matters. which is why I asked whether it would trigger into discretionary or more. That would be another concern I have about that notification clause requirement.
No, I understand what you're saying. I can provide more response to that in my writer reply, but in terms, I understand what you're saying in terms of limited scope, in terms of the activity status as RDA. I mean, as Mr. Whittington has spoken to, it has certainly been one to kind of grapple with in terms of not wanting to kick into another activity status because of the direction the NPSUD. And that's why I haven't gone down the non-complying route. But I certainly see what you're saying in terms of the scope, and then I would need to look back at the matters of discretion in terms of that.
It's a matter of general principle and practice. That's why most RDAs are either not known or non-notified or limited notified at the worst case, and don't go discretionary because and don't go full, because then you open up a can of worms.
No, I appreciate what you're saying.
Discretion.
And in terms of, I can see that looking at the rest of the city centre zone in terms of where it's RDA versus discretionary and then the associated notification setting. But I'm happy to speak to that and possibly just look at that as part of it. But
It's worth just saying for the under height that the way I think about that is that it supports the NPSUD by disencouraging under height buildings when we're trying to build as high as possible, as dense as possible, in terms of policy 3A. And because it has discretionary activity status, even though non-compliance with the COC component is restricted discretionary because of the bundling approach, if that was publicly notified, then it would be discretionary and people could submit on what they wanted.
Yeah, that's the under height.
That's the under height. It's different for the over height.
I'm just checking that all the questions I had. Yeah. I think there's a question on this. The RDA idea, and if they were to offer some other public benefit, it's not one of those, but that was quite desirable, quite a sense, that be treated as an over height example.
a good question. I think, and Mr. Watson, want to go before me?
I think the answer is under section 104, the matters for discretion would include exactly, and that brings in the positive effect. So they're providing a positive effect. It would make it more likely that they get consent, even though then they've triggered the rule and the discretionary matters for the restricted discretionary matters for assessment for not complying with the COC directly, but it would increase the likelihood that they would get consent because of the additional positive effects that they were providing.
Will be able to be considered. And if it's something quite different, it'll still be able to be considered.
It might depend on how the matters for discretion are framed. Well, it would depend on how they are framed, and I can't recall them to mind right now, but I hope that they would be framed in a way that that sort of thing could be taken into account. But if not, that's a matter to think about.
Yeah, I agree with that.
If there's any other questions, I don't have any at the moment, but I'm sure there will be after next week. Questions? Right. Okay, well, thank you for that. We will adjourn the hearing at this point and resume the hearing at 9:40 on Monday morning, when we'll hear first about submitters. In the meantime, hope you all have a very enjoyable weekend. Okay, thank you. The hearing is adjourned.
Likewise.